years. It's a subject that is really important. We have been walking around this subject, but we haven't done what we should have done before. So let's see what we can do. There was some rain in the last end of March, beginning of April, and that made people forget a little bit the subject. But let's not do that, because we are still in a very serious drought. The lack of water that we were having before April is still the same, so we need to be worried. There will be lots of people coming to Algarve. We will need a lot of water. There will be a strong spanning of water. Let's try to avoid the waste of water. Let's not forget all the measures that have been taken by the state, by the government, by the private people. It's very, very important that we guarantee that people can consume the water. And I asked the Portuguese Environment Agency to have all the worries about the lack of water. Let's have in mind that the water that we have is not only for now, is something that will always be a problem. And I wish you all a very good event. For the ones that are here and the ones that are in other places in Europe attending the same session. Have all a good day, and thank you. Now, the President of the Algarve Regional Coordination and Development Commission, José Apolinário. Good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, a word to the Algarve Intermunicipal Community and to our honored invited Lucas Ripa. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to reinforce the importance of this initiative, because we need to work together. Only together the Algarve can go on. We don't have a regional structure because we are not divided in regions yet. But we need to work together in between the different municipalities and all the entities. We have to coordinate all the funds that come from Europe, from the country. It's all very important to guarantee the future of our region and our country. We are in a region that in the end of 2022, the last okay, we just saying that the PIB of this region reached 90% of the average in Europe. In 2023, we grew a little bit more. And I hope that in December 2024, once we have all the data from 2023, there will be a little bit more, so we are going up. We are not one of these regions that are a trap to the developing regions. We are having a sustainable growing, but that also depends on the water. We in this plan of water resilience, we had funds coming from Europe that was reinforced recently, and the municipalities are the ones that are using that money, and Lagos is doing it. And we hope that all the entities do that. But this is the proof that only with the municipal involvement in the subject we can do it. The plan of recovering and resilience of the country was more spread out in the country, but it was not put together in the different communities, and we need to make sure that people follow that, and we have to make sure that this region needs to focus on the regional importance. And I would also like to give a second note. In May the 9th, 1950, May the 9th, 1950, Robert Schuman, one of the European Union architects, he wanted to create the peace between Germany and France after 2 world wars. 30 years ago, Jacques Delors, another architect of the Union European, said that it was important to be together, not just the euro currency, but we needed to be together. And now we are already discussing what is going to happen now, and the French president, he spoke about the challenges of the Europe in the future, how we are facing the war in Ukraine, and how we will do an industrial revolution, how to face the climate changes and the agriculture policies. We need to be more together in all this. We need that the post-2027 concentrates on change climates, and we need to remember that we are in the south of the south. We have an exceptional situation. We are more affected by the climate changes, because of the drought, so lack of water. This needs strong, restricted policies. We have to discuss from the base, not only from the main cities. We have to do it here because we have things in common down in the south. We maybe have more in common with Andalusia than we have with Lisbon. We are in a region that is, expert in tourism. Of the 308 municipalities, the ones that receive more people are 10, and 5 of them are in the Algarve. One of them is Lagos. And we can't forget what happened during the pandemic. Everything fell down very quick because we are based on tourism. But we need to do other things so we can also have a second economical point. In the next few years, we are receiving more funds to our region. For us to have an idea, from Europe, we will have funds. We had funds 300 million euros in 2020. Now we have over 700 million. So we are receiving a lot more money, in total 1,200,000 until 2029, that we need to apply in this plan of resilience. We have to think in future, and our message is to respond to the drought and water problems. We need to have more cohesion politics and management, clever management of the water. That is the main thing. And I would like to give you still a note. We have to be more open-minded. We are not answering only with the efficiency measures. We need to have more places from where to get the water. We have to have the desalination plant. We have to make an understand with Spain. We have the River Guadiana and we have the big lake of Algarve. So we need to keep together. Tomorrow we will see in Alvor a plan of a very small desalination that a hotel chain wants to build in Alvor. We could have more of those along our coast, but we have to check all the impacts. But we need to make this. Here in Lagos, we have several of these hotel areas. We have in Lagos east of area, in the east and the west of Lagos. So we could invest that. In Alvor, it's going to be an investment of less than 1 million So maybe some of these entities could build several of these small plants, desalination plants. We have to admit that we need other ways of getting water. Okay, so only together Algarve can go ahead. To close the opening session has the word the Vice President of the Portuguese Environment Agency, José Pimenta Machado. Good morning. Thank you very much. A special good morning to the Mayor, Mr. Hugo Pereira. So it was supposed to rain today because I'm here, but the day isn't over yet. I would like to welcome José Apolinário and all the ones that are going to be the speakers in here and the ones that are far from here as well. There's a few notes. There was no better way of celebrating the International Environment Day that wasn't here in the Algarve. We are here to talk about the water, but we also want to have someone from outside, someone that can be from outside Algarve and tell us what's your idea, opinion, what are the policies, laws for this. We also want to say that this region has a plan done in 2020. We will talk about it. We also want to spread this best practice. Tomorrow we are going to see this situation, and we are going to talk a little bit about the subject. Now a note on the national idea. We have some records in terms of temperature. January was our most hot month. April was the same. October and November we had also very, very strong winds, very extreme winds. I would like to say that in Portugal we have two countries, one north of the Tagus River and the other one south of the Tagus River. But when we talk about the south, we are especially talking about the Algarve. The rain that we are having here is approximately 35%. We are starting summer, tourists are starting to arrive. We are needing more water, and all our reservoirs are now have now less than 50% of their water. And the one that is near here only has 22% of its capacity. And this is still the beginning of the tourist season and the need of watering our agricultural lands. And all the aquifers are very low as well. So last year we had the lowest levels in terms of surface water, so the reservoirs, and the groundwater, the aquifers. So we have to see what we do in this region with this new reality. So one thing that I learned in this country is whenever there's a drought problem in this country is to build new reservoirs, new things. But the thing that we have to do first is be clever in the use of water, the efficient use of water, and find other ways of using find other ways of having water, like reuse the water from the common use water that can be treated, and we are using it. And in the terms of the Gulf, also the reuse of their water and the use of the seawater, the desalinization plants that we have to build. So we have to have this first one decided until 2026. We have one in Porto Santo and in Madeira that is functioning very, very well. In the East Algarve, we have to connect our reservoirs to the Guadiana River and the Alqueva Reservoir. Two more notes. It was also important to know what European Union, what instruments they have for these countries that suffer with the drought problem. What are they planning? So Portugal, south of Spain, Catalonia, Cyprus. What can we expect from the European Union? Final note. I would like to thank you, the Lagos Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for having us here. The Portuguese, the Algarve Intermunicipal Community, I also would like to thank you for being with us in here today. And my colleagues from the Portuguese Environment Agency, Felizmina, Pedro, thank you, all of you, for being present. I think that this conference is going to be a good one that will have a strong discussion in these ideas on the purpose of saving water, resilience, water in the Algarve. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the three of you. We are now going to start with the different panels. We are inviting now Lucas Repa, from the General Environment Department of the European Commission, body in charge of the freshwater sustainable management. He has a degree in laws. He has been working on European laws and policies about water shortage and droughts in Europe.
To answer some of your questions. I should say at the very beginning that everything I say here is, of course, my opinion, doesn't bind the European Commission. It's not an official statement, so please do take this with a little bit of this in the back of your mind. I'm coming from Belgium. I flew there yesterday, and in Belgium we've had so much rain since October, more than any year since 1877. It has been raining non-stop since the beginning of October. There hasn't been a single day where we didn't have rain. Can you imagine that? So people are so fed up. This is why everybody comes here to the Algarve, I guess, to see the sun, because we can't believe there's still sunshine, so much rain we have. I'm saying that because, unfortunately, climate change is dishing out the cards in a very, very unfair manner. Those that already have a lot of rain will get more, and those that don't have enough rain are going to get less. So this is the very first statement I want to make. I think we should keep this in mind. I'm going to push you on the right button in the hope that this moves the presentation. I'm going to make a few key statements. My first statement that I would like to make and to leave back in this room is that water stress in Portugal and in the Algarve will increase. There should not be any doubt about that. The situation today is better than what you will see in 10 years, and in 10 years it will be better than what you will see in 20 years. The statistics, the climate change predictions speak a very clear message. But this doesn't call for despair, it just calls for being more prudent with what you have. Water has become an extremely precious asset, an extremely precious finite resource that we share with nature. The second message I would like to pass is that the European Union is aware that this is a problem. We are aware in Brussels this is a big problem, and we have actually already been looking into this since 2012. So we started with water scarcity and policy in 2012. So this is already 12 years ago that we have standing policies, communications, acts that try to address water scarcity and drought. The third key message is that it will be fundamentally important to have an integrated river basin management in Portugal and in the Algarve region. I'm going to explain this in a few words. It's fundamentally important. And the fourth message is that we all have to do more to reduce our water footprint. And we have to take this as seriously as reducing the carbon footprint. We must decouple economic growth from water consumption. We cannot pretend that there will be more and more water as we keep growing. We have to decouple this. So these are the four key messages I would like to make, and I hope they come through my slides. Water scarcity is increasing. It's not just affecting Portugal. We also see it in Spain, we see it in Italy, even in Germany, even in Austria, where it's been raining and where we have floodings this month. Water scarcity is increasing. Why? Because the glaciers are melting, because the snow is disappearing, and that means that if you get a lot of water at the same time, it doesn't stay in the Alps with ice and snow, it just drains down the Danube and it's gone. So also in Austria, even in the Alps, we start having more and more problems. Portugal is unfortunately on top of the list when it comes to water scarcity in the European Union. You are just behind Turkey, Greece, Malta, and Cyprus. These are numbers from the European Environmental Agency. They calculated so-called water environmental index plus. which suggested if you consume more than 40% of the water that you have in a country, that country is under severe water stress. And Portugal currently is at 66%. These figures are from 2019, they're already 5 years old. So I would imagine that today the numbers are even a little bit higher already. What has surprised us a little bit when we read the River Basin Management Plan of Portugal that has been just published is that the predictions for the Algarve is actually not that water consumption is going to stabilize or is going to decrease in view of climate change, but rather water consumption is predicted to continue to grow. So we see that agriculture, water consumption is predicted to grow in the next 12 years quite significantly, as well as in urban context, industry. Only livestock would decrease. So on the one hand, we see the climate predictions are that water scarcity will increase. On the other hand, you're telling us in the River Basin Management Plan, well, we actually intend to increase water consumption. In the European Climate Risk Assessment that has been published in March, the European Commission said black and white, based on scientific data, that the risk of mega droughts is increasing. You are going through a mega drought now. The last 3 years, you have seen drought every year, a winter drought. It doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop, as much as the rain doesn't stop in Belgium. We're equally frustrated. But this is more serious, right? You really need the water, and you're not getting. And weather in Europe would become more circular, and some regions would get a bit of water, the others less. Now we have very stable jet streams, and they kind of slice Europe in two parts. One part gets a lot of water, the other part gets much less water. And that situation is going to become the new normal in Europe in the next decades and centuries. This is going to stay, unfortunately. So the risk of mega droughts is something that is very high. It will come back. You may be lucky next year, you may be lucky for 2 or 3 years and have a lot of rain, but then you might get 7 years of no water, or 8 years. So you have to prepare for this. This is climate change. It's sad, but it is happening. In the best case scenario, Europe will have to learn with a climate that is 3 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels. Do you remember the Paris conference? We were aiming for 1.5. Europe is at 3 degrees today in 2024. We are already at twice the number. And this is the best case scenario. So the worst case scenario is somewhere in the red or in the almost violet regions where the climate would increase by 7 degrees or even 8.5 degrees in Europe. So this is no longer ruled out. If you speak to climatologists, they will tell you it's unlikely, but we can no longer rule this out. So I'm coming to my second key message. The European Union is aware that this is a problem. We have started in 2012 with a widely noticed communication on a blueprint to safeguard Europe's water resources, where we have already called in 2012 the member states to adopt drought management plans. This was inspired by the good example of Spain, which had, after mega drought in around 2005-06, had adopted the first drought management plan, and this good practice influenced Brussels, and we recommended the adoption of drought management plans already in 2012. Then we have issued a number of guidance documents in collaboration with the water directors of the Common Implementation Strategy to help the member states preserve minimum ecologic flows in rivers, to calculate the water balance, and to adapt to climate change. So this whole climate change discussion, this is already years long. It's nothing new. The European Green Deal, however, has brought an acceleration in this discussion because we have taken a very comprehensive approach to climate change adaptation across all areas of environmental protection, water being one, but for the first time we have said that we need to save water not only immediately in the region where it is being consumed, but we have to take this comprehensive approach. We have to think about where is water being wasted, where can we save water in industrial processes, in agriculture, where is the water footprint particularly high. And the climate change adaptation strategy of the European Union in particular calls for securing supply and demand. Do more about reducing demand. At the same time, think about how you can secure the supply of drinking water. Also, flood risk management, less of a problem here, but it is a big problem in Northern Europe. We have encouraged the member states to build drought observatories. There is today a network of European drought observatories that collaborate, that exchange information through the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. This is the latest European map of the European Drought Observatory, which collects all the data from the national drought observatories. And the prediction here, this is the first 10 days of May, so it's like 2 weeks old. You see how serious the situation is all along the Spanish coast. Spain is really, really in deep trouble. You have been a bit more lucky because you had the rain in March and April, which is why you are now in a white zone. But if I show you the same map for last year or the year before, all of the Iberian Peninsula was red. Huh? So don't misunderstand this picture. Drought management plans are meanwhile adopted in 13 member states. So a lot of the member states have listened to the good recommendation of the Commission in 2012. We have drought management plans in many member states. And you know, even countries like Czechia, Finland, and Croatia are now developing drought management plans because they realize that droughts are also a risk in the Nordics and in Western Europe. Fundamentally important is the cooperation across borders. And I don't need to say this here. I think Portugal and Spain are really very good examples of close cooperation, how you manage scarce waters in rivers, the Tejo River and other rivers. Very important. Albufeira Convention is the example of good bilateral cooperation, good neighborhood. It's commonsensical, but it's not always practiced that much. So we keep preaching the gospel. Transboundary cooperation is fundamentally important. And what is very positive is that we have even now river basin commissions that establish river basin management plans together as a group for the Danube, the Elbe, the Scheldt, the Sava, the Rhine, the Meuse, the Ems, and the Odra. So it's actually that all the water managers get together and say, how are we going to manage the risk of floods and water scarcity and inland waterway problems with low flows, how are we going to manage that all along the river. It's very good developments, I think very good practice, and the world envies us for this. We showed this at the World Water Day at the United Nations, and people came to us and said, tell us more about how you get to do this. Africa is very interested in this. They have huge conflicts across borders. Now I'm coming to my third key message. Integrated water management is fundamentally important. So what is integrated water management? Essentially, it's about two things. When you take decisions on managing water locally, I build a dam, I build a reservoir, I build a desalination plant. You have to take into account the entire river basin because this is like a domino, a chain of domino stones. You tick one and it has repercussions on others. I give you one example. Water reuse, urban wastewater treatment. You build a plant, you clean the wastewater, you make it ready for use in agriculture, golf resorts, wherever. Does it matter where it is built? At the source of the river or at the estuary at the end of the river? Or is the impact the same for the environment? Integrated water management, if you apply integrated water management, you will not only look at the area around you, you will look at the entire river. And you will find out that it matters decisively where you build urban wastewater treatment plants. If you reuse water at the very beginning of the river, that water no longer returns to the river. It is being used for irrigation or for the golf club. And what happens then downstream to the river, to ecosystems there, if that water no longer returns to the river, has to be considered. So the very simple message is reusing wastewater for irrigation or for golf resorts is better for the environment at the very end of a river than at the very beginning of the river. This is what you find out if you apply integrated river basin management. But integrated river basin management and integrated water management also means water managers, land planners, tourism sector planners have to work hand in hand together like a team. It would be wrong to take decisions that have repercussions on water without the water manager next to you. You need to know the water balance of the region. If a land permit is granted to build another hotel or a chain of hotels in an area and you do not look at the water balance, 5 years down the road, you're going to have serious problems. That happened in Germany, for instance. I'm giving you a completely different example. The German government approved the construction of a huge gigafactory of Tesla for building electric cars. Wonderful. Electric cars, everybody loves them. We need them. The problem is the factory was built in an area that didn't have a lot of water. And in the beginning, when the factory was opened, the managers were asked the question, what about the water? And they were laughing. They were, you'd completely misunderstand this. 6 months later, they had to stop the expansion of the factory because they found out they didn't have enough groundwater in the area to expand it. So also Germany makes these mistakes. You have to take into account the water balance when you develop the land. Very, very important. Think yourself as part of a team, water managers, land developers, tourism sector developers. You are one team. Think about the water balance. A few more messages I want to pass. The scarcer water gets, the less we have, the more we must protect the quality. The two go hand in hand, yin and yang. Less water, more concentration of pollutants in water bodies. Very important. The more you pollute the water, the less you have to use. So water protection of quality becomes the more important in regions that are under water stress. I give you an example from my own country, from Austria. Austria in the west, where we have the mountains, lots of rain. In the east, much less rain. The concentration of nitrates and phosphates from agriculture in the east is multiple times higher than in the west. Quite obviously, because in the west, as it rains so much, it dilutes the pollution. In the east, it stays in the ground, it pollutes the groundwaters, we have problems. So depending on the region, the same behavior, intensive agriculture, has more or less repercussions. Protect the quality of the water. Be aware that the less water you have, the more sensitive the groundwater is to pollution. Prevent over-abstraction. Having water is like a bank account. You can only spend as much as you have in your bank account. Otherwise, you take debt, and there are limits to taking debt. You can take debt on your next generation. You can pump up the groundwater that is 60 meters deep, that takes 100 years to restore. You can do that. You won't feel it. The next generation is going to feel it. So be careful about that. Prevent over-abstractions. Be aware the water that you pump up from groundwater cannot be replenished that quickly anymore. Guarantee ecologic flows, fundamentally important. What is ecologic flows? Well, it is the minimum flows you need in a river in order to preserve the ecosystems. There are certain minimum levels that have to be established scientifically, knowing the fauna and the flora of the river, and that has to be the starting point for you to calculate what water is available for allocation. The ecologic flows have to be guaranteed. So, a lot of this, what I'm telling you to a lot of you, is not new. I'm just trying to put this into perspective, how important integrated water management is. And because integrated water management is so important, the European Commission also links the status of green desalination to the approval of integrated water managers. If you read the taxonomy regulation, the annex to the taxonomy regulation says black and white, desalination can be considered a green investment only if water managers have approved them, and after looking at alternative supply sources available. Integrated water management. You've seen it. Very important. That's why. We need to reduce our water footprint. It is a shame that so much food is thrown away. If you know that, for instance, a cup of coffee costs 140 liters water to produce. A liter of milk costs you 250 liters of water to produce. A kilogram of bread, 1,300 liters of fresh water. A kilo of beef, 15,500 liters of fresh water. And a kilo of chocolate, and I'm coming from a country that loves chocolate, we eat a lot of chocolate. I couldn't believe it, 24,000 liters of fresh water go into a kilo of chocolate. Be careful what you consume and how you consume it. Unbelievable. I will tell my kids next time, they say, Papa, we run out of chocolate. I say, very good, you run out of chocolate. You should feel ashamed you eat chocolate. So we need to change our habits and we need to increase efficiency. For instance, agriculture. I take my country again, Austria. Austria starts to get confronted with water stress. We haven't known the concept of water stress so far. The east of Austria gets more and more under water stress. What is the reaction of the agricultural sector? Felispina, tell me, what is the reaction of the agricultural sector if there's less water? Irrigate. Irrigation, exactly. Irrigate more, we want more irrigation. Nobody in Austria has looked at the question, how much water does wheat absorb, what it takes to grow wheat? Is there alternatives? Are there other crops? It is something that should be looked at. Reusage of traced wastewater, yes, but I already said consider where you do it. Integrated river basin management planning. Irrigation efficiency, yes, definitely. If we can replace sprayers with drip irrigation and put the drip irrigation even underneath the surface to avoid evapotranspiration, absolutely a meaningful investment. And the European Union has been supporting this financially, this drip irrigation and efficiency in irrigation, with money from the Common Agricultural Policy. But the point here is that in practice, investments in irrigation, wherever we have looked, be it Latin America, be it Northern America, be it Europe, be it Africa, wherever investments in irrigation efficiency took place, production increased and water consumption continued to increase, perversely enough. Why is that? Well, a farmer is an economic operator. If he goes to the bank to take out a loan and asks, I would like to have €1,000,000 to improve my irrigation system, the bank will ask, okay, but this is 5% interest rate, how are you going to pay me back? Are you going to increase production? So the farmers also have to survive. So in response to getting the loan from the bank to make irrigation more efficient, they expand production. So to break this devilish cycle, the government has to step in, and the government has to provide subsidies for irrigation under the condition that water consumption is not increased, that it stabilizes and decreases. And then has to step in because the market itself will drive the farmer to increase production and to ramp up water consumption. So there's a role for the state, there's a role for strong governments, control, effective measures. We would call it in economic terms, there's a market failure. There's a need for the state to step in. We need to use our economic tools more wisely. The Water Framework Directive from 2000 has a whole annex about how to use economic tools. Economic tools, there's a lot we can do. We can do better cost-benefit analysis when we compare different measures. When there is a call for more desalination, you want to analyze what are the costs, what are the alternatives. Would it be cheaper to invest in water-saving measures rather than in building a desalination plant? The answer may differ from the region, but you need a good cost-benefit analysis. We need to account for uncertainties. Climate change predictions are not a mathematical exercise. There are a lot of uncertainties still. When I'm telling you that you might have a prolonged drought of 5 or 6 years, this is a guess. You might also get one of 10 years, it might stop for 20 years. There are uncertainties in this, right? But you have to plan for these uncertainties in integrated water management by assuming that different climate change adaptation pathways are possible. Develop the different pathways, keep your options flexible so that you can change if you realize you're on the wrong pathway because climate change evolves differently. You might have to accelerate some measures. You have to have that flexibility built in. And look for best practices in Europe. It's fundamentally important to exchange practices. This is why I also said already when I started here, please come and share your experiences from the Algarve with colleagues from other regions in Europe that are under water stress. And we facilitate this. We have a multi-stakeholder group called the Task Group for Droughts and Water Scarcity, where Felispina and colleagues from Spain and the Netherlands work together to exchange these best practices. We can learn a lot from one another. We need to exchange these experiences. So I'm trying to make some conclusions. First conclusion is the Algarve region and Portugal, Spain, Greece, Italy, Cyprus, Malta, all have to prepare for higher water pressures in years to come. There's no doubt about that. Second conclusion, manage the water along entire river basins. Don't take local solutions in isolation. Think about the repercussions on the entire river basin. Update your drought management plans. Make sure the measures are in line with the problems you identified and fund them accurately. Cooperate closely across the regions. We heard already President and the Mayor saying that we might actually be closer to our colleagues in Spain in the south than to Lisbon. There is some truth in it, so do cooperate also across the regions where you have the same problems. Make sure you manage rivers together, not in isolation. Know the water balance is fundamentally important. It's like you look at your bank account before you buy a house, right? You look what you have, and then you see whether you have enough. Don't bank on the next generation paying back the debt. They may not be able to do that. You may drive the Algarve region against the wall if you do that. Don't bank on the next generation. Know your water balance. Know what is in there that you can use. No obstructions without metering, and permits, and no permits without water. It sounds so simple, but I know it's terribly difficult in practice. But it has to be done. Water obstructions should be metered. Every drop of water counts. Reduce the leaks and pipes. Guarantee ecological flows. Without ecological flows, there are no more ecosystems, no more nature. Protect ecological flows. Strengthen the governance, control, and enforcement. Very, very important also. Rules are only as good as the enforcement and the controls. And then use the economic tools and raise awareness about a water footprint. So awareness raising, like the water campaign, this is part of our Green Week. This is a Green Week event, is fundamentally important. Keep raising awareness with the public, with farmers, with hotels, that saving water is fundamentally important. You have to repeat this. People forget. When I was in Cyprus, Maria Filippo, it's a little bit in the same situation like Filispina, Maria Filippo said, you can't imagine how quickly people forget. You do a big water campaign and 2 years later they've forgotten. You have to keep repeating and hammering down the message. They're doing this since 1967 in Cyprus. Every 2 years, a water campaign. It's not a one-off exercise. So I'm talking already much too long, but I thought I tried to provide the full picture, and I tried to provide some recommendations. See this mainly as recommendations. The European Commission's competences in this area are actually very limited. Water is mainly, due to the subsidiarity principle, something that you manage, but manage it wisely. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Lucas Repper from the General Environment Department of the European Commission for the important contribution and knowledge you have shared at this conference. Now, the next panel is about the drought impact assessment methodology that supports the European Drought Atlas and the European Drought Impact Database. For this, joins us through video conference Lauro Rossi, lead author of the European Drought Risk Atlas, recently published by the European Commission, and coordinator of the development of the European Drought Impact Database. Please.
That's great. Okay, I hope see my screen now. So thank you very much. I'm Lauro Rossi. I'm Program Director at Chima Research Foundation. Today I'll talk about the European Drought Impact Database, the European drought risk atlas. There was an effort that kept me busy for the last 2 years. Fortunately, I was not alone, but I was among very experienced researchers. University of Amsterdam, University of Freiburg, the United Nations University, and Czechoslovakia Research Institute in Czech Republic. These two products are outputs of the EDORA initiative. EDORA stands for European Drought Observatory for Resilience and Adaptation. And there are two different products. One is the collection of impact data on drought at European level. So it's referring to past events and how they develop in different regions in Europe. And the second product is about the future. So European drought risk atlas map risk in a quantitative way for present condition, but also for future scenarios. I have a little bit of echo. I don't know if it's possible to turn it down. Here are the systems that were analyzed in both projects, agriculture, public water supply, energy supply, river transportation, and ecosystem. And there are also several subsystems that you see here in the slide. So, about the first product, let's focus on European Drought Impact Database, and let's focus on the motivation. Why do we need such product? So drought monitoring are nowadays only based on other indices. So there are no information about impact. There are several attempts at very local scale and regional scale, and mostly on the research side. Try to collect impact data, but not in a, let's say, homogeneous way at European level. And there are no regulation on operational drought input collection. It's not like the case of flood, when we actually have a flood directive that impose us to collect data on impact in, let's say, in a standardized way. So this is like a bottom-up approach. Let's try to, let's say, standard Europe. And this is nowadays the Europe's most comprehensive impact collection that we have. What we did is trying to collect information from several sources, and we see here the media news, which is, let's say, the most important source of information, but also governmental reports from NGOs, existing inventories, scientific literature, but it's also first-hand information. This is type of information that we selected and analyzed, and we assigned them to different impacted systems. So public water supply, agriculture, energy, ecosystem, and navigation. We relied on, let's say, an integration of existing inventories, but of course, those were not enough to cover the entire Europe. So we focused on underrepresented countries and period through, let's say, system-specific search queries that were translated in 24 official language of the European Union. And those, say, provide some results. The output of this search were then translated into English and classified with the support of AI algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithm. This is a very, very long and demanding procedure. So we try to fill the major gaps, but of course some work still have to be done. Nonetheless, the database can tell us very interesting things. For example, if we analyze Europe per sector, here we see two examples, one for public water supply and the other for agriculture. And you see that for public water supply, we have, let's say, the major impact, quantity of impact report is reported in the south of Europe and the west of Europe, while when we talk about agriculture, it's more concentrated in the eastern part of Europe. But also can be analyzed. I mean, this database can be analyzed per country and see what are, for each country, the sector that is more impacted according to this data collection. Of course, that I remind you that is, again, partial, but still can give us some ideas. And of course, one of the two countries that I selected is Portugal, and the other is Germany, just to make a comparison on how different can be these statistics. So for Portugal, you see that 2/3 of the impact records are coming from water supply impact and agricultural impact. While from Germany, we have a much more, let's say, homogeneous sharing across the sectors. First of all, we noticed that we have, let's say, a relevant, a quite relevant share of inland navigation. Water supplies and agriculture is not so important as in Portugal, but then we have, let's say, terrestrial ecosystem that comes up with a good importance. So this is type of analysis that can be done when we have such comprehensive database. Another feature that was added, and this is an absolute novelty, is the severity score. So we associate a severity score for each of the records that we collected. And with this, let's say, a simple principle, we split in 3 levels. Level 1 is referred to warning and unexpected impact, but very local influence. Level 2 is more widespread direct and indirect impact. And then level 3 refers to enormous losses and cascading effect in irreversible deterioration. Likely, level 3 is reached not so often, but still we have some indication. For example, for aquatic ecosystem, we see that there are some important, let's say, percentage of level 3 severity, and also inland navigation due to the enormous losses that this can cause across several countries, particularly in Germany. Now we have also a web interface, so go there, request your user and password, and try to play a little bit with the database, extract information. The database will be soon published on the European Commission website, so it's still in a test phase, but please go there and get familiar with the database. The database will be also released on open source, so you can replicate it locally, your database, in a format that is then comparable and interoperable with the main European database. So that's another way to contribute to the European database. So coming to the second item of my talk is the European Drought Risk Atlas. I would like to show a little bit about methodology, because this is about my talk. My talk is about methodology behind those two projects, right? So two complementary methods were applied here. The first one is we build conceptual model. So we try to map conceptually every driver that contributes to impact and drive in each sector. So you see this picture just to give you a flavor of what is this kind of output on the up right of the screen. So each of these boxes represent a driver that interact into each other, and finally contribute to impact in a specific sector. So we have this kind of diagram for each specific sector. Those conceptual models are based on literature, and then they were validated through expert knowledge and several workshops and bilateral workshops. The other part of the second method that we use for the atlas is a pure quantitative method. It's based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, and it's about finding the relationship between the hazard and the impact, the information that the quantitative information that we mainly gather from Eurostat. And this is a type of output that we have for current drought risk in agriculture. We analyze 5 crops that are the staple crop, and here are presented 2 of them, wheat and maize. And we see that, as Luca said, drought is not a local issue from the south, but it can also affect the entire Europe up to the northern country. In the energy sector, nuclear and hydropower, we have here 2 different situations. On your left, you see the average annual loss in production with respect to, let's say, an average reference. And you see that the Iberian Peninsula, and in particular in Portugal, is already suffering reduction in production due to drought. Regarding the nuclear power and the impact on nuclear power, we see that there are no clear regional patterns, but again, we experience some losses across the Europe. And then a terrestrial ecosystem that confirm that drought is not only issue from the south, but it's really can affect the entire Europe. Now we have these models that are calibrated for the present condition. We want to investigate what happens in the future, and we explore 3 different warming levels: 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, and 3 degrees above the pre-industrial level. The 2 different scenarios, RCP 8.5 and 4.5, and different climate model. So altogether, this produces 66 projected scenarios. And as Luca was saying, already last year we get very close globally. In Europe, the situation was even worse, but globally we get very, very close to 1.5, which is the reference of the Paris Agreement. While in the next decade, we are expected to reach 2 or 3 degrees if strong political action will take place. And these are the results for the future. So here the legends tell us with reference to current losses, what is the increase of the risk. So when you read in the legend 2 or 3, it means that the risk is increasing by twice or 3 times. And again, here, same stories for agriculture. We see that there are an increase of risk all around Europe, except for the northern east part of Europe, where the increase of precipitation is predicted. For hydropower, you remember that already, I mean, the Iberian Peninsula was suffering in the present condition, and the situation is getting worse and worse here. Sorry to say that. For nuclear power, here we have interesting, say, information come from this analysis, especially for France, where 70% of the energy mix is coming from nuclear power, and the situation in France is getting worse. We're in level 2, but also we're in level 3. And then public water supply. Public water supply, again, is a European issue, but mainly in the south will suffer the most. And regarding terrestrial ecosystem, again, we have, let's say, worsening condition up to the south of Scandinavia. So it's really an European issue, but here the clear signal is about the southern countries, and in particular, Mediterranean country, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. So I would like to leave you with some messages. The messages are, the first one is that now the database is in place for data collection. There is enormous effort to building a comprehensive data models that can be applied everywhere. So please connect to this database and let's say standardize your data collection according to this European effort. And the second message is that, I mean, you see that in different sectors, and particularly in the south of Europe, there will be a deterioration of the situation due to drought. So my recommendation is drought management and adaptation plans are being developed and updated and implemented. Further drought impact data collection analysis is required, and also tailored and sectoral local drought risk assessment that need to properly dimension this plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Lauro Rossi for your main clarifications you have presented in this section. We are now going to a very important moment in this conference. Droughts, shortage and availability of water in the Algarve. I'd like to ask Rodrigo Pereira de Oliveira, professor at the Higher Technical Institution of the University of Lisbon. He's also a member of the scientific panel of the National Strategy for the Adapting to Climate Change, and is a research and consultant in the environment and water resources fields. Good morning, all. I have here a presentation that is focused on droughts and water shortage and availability of water in the Algarve. I tried not to repeat the information that some of my colleagues will will then mention. So I imagined what they were talking about today, so I tried to avoid those same subjects. This is just a map of the hydrology of Algarve. Everybody knows this region. So the East Algarve, West Algarve, one part, which is the east, is covered by the Guadiana River. Most of our rain concentrates up in the mountains of our region, so north of our region. Okay, when I talked about the availability of water, it includes the Guadiana River, but not that part that covers Spain, just to make it clear so that you can understand. So that's the hydrological net of Algarve. A few streams that don't represent that much. We have the Arad River, which is the river in the central area. Some reservoirs. In the East Algarve, some small reservoirs that we use the water from. Or the Asher stream that is near Lagos, that is south of one of the dams. But I would like to clarify some of the issues. One is drought. That is when we have less water under a normal level. The other one is water shortage. And that's when the demand is close to the availability of water. The problem that we have down here is the shortage, and that's because of the demand, more demand, and also less availability. Some numbers, I try to put them up to date. 4 different stations in the Algarve from 1930 until 2022, but we haven't up to the day because these last couple of years have not been added to the database. Most of the rain is actually coming from Monchique. Monchique is the mountain range of the Algarve. This graphic shows us that since 1930 until the beginning of this century, we had an average of 600 millimeters, and in the last few years we've had around 400 millimeters. It might be because of a longer drought, but we also have to accept that it's decreasing. There's no way of hiding this reality. How do we measure the scarce, the shortage of water. So we have to divide the availability of water for the population. So there you have the numbers. So we have down here around 1,500 cubic meters per person, and Portugal has an average number of 5,000. So that means that we do have a lot less than the rest of Portugal. Well, we have questions that are not being taken care of. It's not just our responsibility, the care of the use of water. We have to consider other things that need to come from above. So we have to, instead of considering the persons and the water, we have to go deep into the water subject. So in here it is explaining the way we are working in the averages and the way countries have different amount of water depending on the seasons. But the problem of Portugal and more the Algarve is how vulnerable we are. And this represents what happened in Portugal since 1930 up to 2018-19. This is the amount of water this is how the water went down into the aquifers in the Algarve. Although we know that we cannot go and get it all, some of the water is in some places that we are not reaching. And we reach about 20%. The construction of dams is not going to be the solution. It just doesn't rain in the Algarve. So maybe there's no point of considering the average. 50% of the years, the amount of water that we have is under the average. This is not just because of the climate changes. This was happening before. So, and I'm not talking about the climate changes. That will be the subject of the next speaker. That's the demand of water. urban, industrial, agriculture, animal, and golf. And we have another problem. So when it rains less, it's when the demand is higher. So less people in the winter, a little bit more rain. Less rain in the summer and more people in the summer here. So the rain is from December and March, and the demand is from May to September mostly. So we can see clearly that the peak of demand is when we have the lower amount of rain. So we have to store the water, and we have in here the 6 reservoirs of Algarve. This is the situation in May, and none of them had more than 50% of its capacity. So when we discuss all these items, there's an index that we have to deal with that is a little harder to calculate, and that's the way plus. We tried to figure out the whole country, and we got to the conclusion that the Algarve was really the area where the resources, the hydric resources, were very, very low. It's very important to have an important hydric balance. It shows us that we are in a limit, very critical situation, and we do need to implement these situations that were mentioned here. Desalination, reuse of wasted waters, management of the golf courses. But we really need to work hard on the reduction of the demand. So my presentation is in a way a little bit like the one that was coming from the European Union Commission. It's very important to manage the demand of the water. We need to integrate the management of the demand. So, and it depends on various sectors. And this is something we are learning along the time. We have to think of the persons, the well-being of the community, but we have to consider that the development of the region needs to be sustainable, and we have to defend all our ecosystems and the whole thing. So we have to follow this path. We have to know what to do, and we have to keep in mind that we need probably to do some changes, some works to have more capacity of storing water. But we have to have all the database and know where exactly we can get the water. Everything needs to be very well studied. A few measures that we have to do. The management of the drought, so that we can in advance know the impacts caused by the drought. We have to motorize a little more what's happening. So monitoring is very, very important. So we have to have in different places in the whole region, so we can control the availability of the water, because in a small region like Algarve there are also many differences. Mr. Lucas also referred that we have to know that the water is a very important source, but we have to know how to use it. We have to do ourselves what we need to do. We don't need, and we shouldn't expect the government to tell us what to do. Okay, we have to know down here what we can do, and then see what the state, the government, the general government can help with. We have also to see, in terms of private investment, what can be done. So that's what we are discussing. It's hard to start making an evaluation of the costs that the water has, but we need to discuss, because that's the only way how to decide which are the best investments that need to be done. Save water is obvious. That's the most important thing. And that's everything that I had to say to you. Thank you very much for your important explanation, and how important is to adapt the water consumption to what is available, and how important is to plan that in advance. Now it's time to mention and discuss the national road map for the adaptation 2100. Now we will have the presentation of Pedro Matos Soares, researcher and assistant professor at the Faculty of Sciences at the University of Lisbon. He's part of the Portuguese Climate Action Council and was scientific coordinator of the project National Roadmap for the Adaptation 2100. Assessment of Portuguese territory vulnerability to climate change in the 21st century. I would like to greet all the presents and, well, first of all, the mayor and all the speakers. I would like to show you the national road map for that adaptation. I would like to show you this subject in terms of what's happening in the Algarve. But I would like to tell you that the problem of water shortage has an impact in all the economical situations. It's important to know that this is important in all the sectors and how important is to be resilient. So the idea is to evaluate all the information that we have in terms of climate that will affect our country. We are still based on some reports that are a little old, but we are now trying to make the study of our climate in a better way, and we have to show us all the impacts on the different sectors, the forest, the fires, the coastal areas. So all this that will have economical effects. So this is just a general overlook. We have to know that the different models need to be used, but sometimes using 2, 3, 5 are not enough. We have to have multi-models. And so if we have all these different information, can probably help us figuring out better what's happening in the near future in Portugal. So this is how we are. This is the situation that we having now in terms of the fossils, and the scenery is not very good. As you can see, the red line. The warming up of the planet is really happening. We can't forget that we are above that we expected in Paris. what we are expecting in the near future is not very good, that we may have very extreme peaks, and the impacts in different sectors will be very high. You can see the emissions gap report, so it looks that in global terms we are going to this middle way scenery. And now, while talking about this region, we are here in a subtropical area, and that's very, very difficult to know what's happening, because we depend on these slight changes, and for us it's always something we never know what's happening. So we have to see what's happening all around us and try to have the situation monitorized so we can know what to do. I'm not going to talk about all these different situations in Europe, like the two wars and all of the politics that's happening, and some that are denying that we're having this problem. So that doesn't help. But so when we look at the situation, we have to be aware of the many situations that can happen. I'm going to give you some examples of the different parts of Portugal, and then I'm going to focus more on the Algarve. So these are the numbers given in Paris, and then we have the very high temperatures that are always a subject that we need to worry, direct effects in the population and then in the water. So we have an average in different places of Portugal. So we have areas that the temperatures are going up 1.5 degrees, and some areas 3.5, and the northeast part of Portugal even more, about 6.5. That's now the rainfall. So this is what we are expecting. So by the middle of the century, 15% less, and then reaching the end of the century, like 35% of less rain. I hope that this isn't true, because this is not so straightforward. So what I wish, and it's not scientific, is that this reduction of rain is just something that is happening and not the new normal. I really hope. If not, what we are going to living now is already close to what we should have by the middle of the century, and that scares us. That's the heat waves. Heat waves and public health is a problem. 3 waves of heat, 3 times a year by the end of the century. but we are already having that. So we have in here the different sceneries. Probably we will have more people dying, a public health care problem. There is a very important work that needs to be done by our population and to our population. Portugal, in terms of extreme rainfall, there are areas where that is happening more often and more intensive. So we have in sometimes less rain, but when it comes, it's more concentrated. And that is something that is going to influence on our prospecting droughts. So according to Paris, one year of drought and then, well, if it's a little medium, maybe more. If it's severe, more times. So this is now focusing a little bit more on the Algarve. These are numbers that we have for this region. For the end of the century, these numbers may not be as bad as that because we have the moderation of the ocean. So the fact that the ocean is near here is very, very important. The heat waves, well, they are about the same to the Algarve than they are to the rest of the country. Five waves of heat per year. If it's a medium, it goes up to 10 if it's more than expected. The number of days of rain are going to decrease. And some slight change in terms of rain. And now in terms of the forest and fields, let's see what I have. So in here we have considered all the waters, dams and rivers. And with all these database, we did the model to the whole country. And what do we have from all this? All this gives us a loss of disponibility of water. According to all the different expectations, we have a loss in all the areas. Only exceptional areas may have a little more water than expected. One example is the Algarve Dam. that has a a big capacity. If we consider the medium sector, we may lose a little bit by by the middle of the century, but then by the end of the century we may lose 35%. When we look to the A plus, that gives us the balance between the sources of water, and that is actually decreasing. So these are numbers that show us that even in the different sectors, by the end of the century, numbers will go down. And the problem is stronger when we talk about the south, mostly the Algarve. I don't even want to talk about this scenery. You can see the red column that is really high. So the problem is really very strong in the south. Today we have already talked about the water management importance. We all already have policies to this area, and we have good examples, but we do have to know numbers about the benefits of these measures. We have some examples. Be more efficient in terms of watering. Try not to lose in the distribution networks. We have to treat and reuse the wastewaters and reduce the loss in the network. And in here we have the numbers of this. So these are examples of how important this can be for the population. So we are now talking about 2050, 2070. That is not that far. We are already at 2024. So now, if we reduce the losses, if we consider that, the numbers can reduce from 25% to 11%. And that's only considering the Guadiana River. We have to insist on that measure. If we take more careful on the watering efficiency, and the leaks and losses. And if we change the crops to some of those that need a little less water, so that will decrease only 5%. And then if we end up having only 4% instead of the 20 or 25. So if we do what is meant to be done, those numbers will really decrease. In the Algarve, we have to think of other things, not just tourism, because we have tourism, but we also have the fires in the mountains, like what we had in Monchique, in Odemire, and Algesur, that are areas of the inland Algarve and lower Alentejo. So the risk of fires is increasing a lot. This is in terms of the nation, the whole country. This is how you can see first part of the century, mid-century, end of the century. According to what is projected, the risks will be higher. The number of days will be really higher than they are now. We need to add between 15 and 25 more days. And when we go to the worst scenery, it can be 45, 60 days more. So it can be the whole summer. We can be in risk the entire summer. So we have to manage our forest as well. And that's really, really a hard task. So that means that in the whole mountain area of the Algarve, we have a challenge. So we will add several more days of that problem. This is comparing the areas that were burnt in the whole country. And the situations that may happen in terms of huge fires. So we're talking about that we can have 2 times more or even 3 times more than we having. How can we find a solution to this problem? So we try to make sensibilization. We have to find a strategy using telling people what to do, and some of these days when the risk is very high, we have to forbidden people of going to some of these areas so that we can reduce the number of fires, small and big ones. It's really important to implement that. We are in the Algarve, so I had to talk about coastal areas. And Sometimes people talk about the water, and but people forget about the sediments, and we need to consider what's happening in our beaches. We have to make also a management on that. So we have to consider several factors: raising up the sea level, the way the ocean attacks our coast, that is also changing, and the combination of these factors can affect our coast. We have done a study also on that, so we know where it's important to act by putting more sand in some of the beaches, protecting other ones from the erosion. We have been modeling all our situation along the coast. This is an example of the beach of Faro in one of the islands. The beach there is reducing because the sediments that are coming to the coast are less, and the erosion caused by the ocean is being stronger. And we are now talking about something that is happening in 25 years. So we are having some houses in those 25 years that will be in water. Unfortunately, that island will probably be broken in some of the areas. And so we looking at Faro area, and we have about 50 square kilometers that are very vulnerable. And we have to know the situation and know what we do against it. In terms of national, we have about 600 square kilometers in dangerous situations. In here, well, I can tell you that it's been 70 years since we started being worried about this. So we have understood many years ago that our coast was in danger. We have built several structures to protect our coast. In some of the most iconic beaches of our country, we had to do some water breaks to protect the sand from being washed away. So we've been doing that cyclically. So in some places it's done every year, every 2 years. Now this is Algarve, so it tells us about those 50 square kilometers area. This is giving us, in terms of money, what we are losing. It's an approach of the costs. So several millions in terms of costs, total cost of more than 4,000 million euros, and 457 in terms of adaptation. We have to use the motorizing so that we can understand better and avoid this. And thank you very much. Thank you to your presentation that explained in what consists such an important plan. And now we are going to hear about the regional water efficiency plan for the Algarve. We are now going to listen to Pedro Coelho. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank your presence. I have to thank the different speakers. And you are always welcome to visit Algarve and participate in these debates and conferences. To all of you, a very big thank you for the presence. So we have to be conscious of how urgent is important to take measures to avoid this drought and shortage of water situation. So we have to thank also the ones of the tourism sector that have tried to make an effort to help in this situation. So this is the Algarve hydrographic region. So we have here a difference between us and the rest of the country. As you can see, this down bottom has levels really under the rest of the country. So now going quickly to the Algarve region. Rodrigo has already talked about this situation. Since 2012, we have anomalies that are happening every year. So it's been now 12 years. Or is it a drought, or is it a normal, the new normal? So it's important that we know what's actually happening. The average is now 420, 430, and the different sectors cannot use the water the same way they used to. And we are considering this this 12 years, and 2024 is more or less finished because we are not expecting that much rain until September, and that's when the hydro year ends. And we were surprised when we were trying to take the measures that the numbers are even lower than expected. This is the amount of water that we have in our reservoirs. So we can see that in the last 9 years, the number is really lower. So this is numbers that were done according to the utility of the water. Yes, and last December we were in a very, very serious situation. This is a general evaluation of the situation, not just the December. And well, unfortunately, we had a little bit more of rain in the first 3 months this year, but that's not just because of that. It's also because of some of the measures. We are now having only 42% of the storage. The groundwaters, we are also in problems. In terms of groundwaters, that's a very complex subject, even more. 13 bodies of water in critical condition. Okay, so it means that's we are monitoring this since the 70s, and that gives us the chance of knowing a little bit better the process. But the situation remains even more critical than it was when we had our last drought into 2005. So it's significantly more severe. Most aquifers showing very low piezometric levels, below the 20th percentile of the considering months. And in this particular area where we are, Lagos, Algesur and Vila do Bispo, south west of Portugal. This is an area that has the water that comes from Bravura Dam. And that's the one that didn't have water to supply these 3 councils in terms of water, and we are using the ground water. The area of Campina de Faro, which is north of Faro, the capital of Algarve, is also in use, the groundwaters from there. What did we do to try to solve this situation? We made a regional water efficiency plan for the Algarve. There was rehabilitation actions and interventions considered priorities for water efficiency. We've done some protocols with municipalities, with the whole Algarve, 16 different municipalities, 51 projects, monitoring and active control of loss and adaptation of intelligent and efficient urban irrigation systems. So we've done 53 measures to try to control the implementation of the different plans. So that was from the very beginning important to try to have financial support for this plan. In 2020, in June, we already knew what were the major problems, what we needed to do, and the change of paradigm that was important to make. So all the things that were already mentioned, so monitoring and active control all the losses, and measuring and management of what was happening, and that was shown in an engineering project that was made. Different projects were done in the whole region. Lagos was a very good example in acting. Several protocols again, this time with 10 municipalities, 16 projects implemented. Some of the hotel groups started looking at their situations. They started looking at their pools, their golf courses, and considering the importance of the management of the water. Some converted their public green spaces, adapting them for this new reality. the PRR with some other measures that were put together to reduce water losses in the urban sector. %90 of the measures are being done, and these measures are being co-founded by different entities and Europe. So we have here the numbers in blue to the right that are the number of hectares that we want to save with the measures. So reinforcing the saving of the water, the losses, the leaks, modernization of the irrigation efficiency systems, augmentation of the water resources control, and again promoting the use of treated wastewater. Well, this is the whole explanation that tells us that all these measures are actually giving effects and that we are going to have better numbers. Some of the municipalities started before, other ones started now, but they still are gaining some of these losses. Okay, so now this is an explanation on the money that is helping to execute all the measures. So in here, giving different examples in the country that show us how resilient we have to be in some areas. Desalination, that is something that is very important, and we are expecting to produce a lot of water from the ocean. So some examples of what's happened in December. The water was in such a low position that the efficiency isn't enough. So I'm getting completely lost. I'm sorry. With all these numbers and trying to give us, all these details. We need to try to execute all the plan. What we know is that if we stop, we will not have enough water. So we have to execute and do the best possible use of the water. So in terms of the watering and the agriculture sector, very important project in terms of reducing depression, reusing water, the urban water waste treatment that can be then used for the agriculture. The importance of the new network of pipes. Yes, I'm completely lost, as you can understand. Even if you're not understanding the very fast explanation of numbers, it's. Okay, so that's the amount of water when they started the plan in terms of the water that could be used in some sectors. That was just a very small percentage, like 1, and they really want to get up to 8%. Now here, talking about a specific case of a place named Pumarão, which is in the Guadiana River. All this making in a short way shows us now the contingency measures for the 2024 drought. So 15% of the volume of water consumed by the urban sector, including domestic and non-domestic uses, which includes the tourism sector, reducing 25% of the volume of water consumed by the agriculture sector and 18% of the volume of water consumed by the Gulf sector. That can be around 37% less compared to 2019. We need to have task forces implemented, inspection of groundwater captations, and that's done under the coordination of the Portuguese Environment Agency technicians. Identification of land use using detection means, remote control, field validation, and inspection of the collections of water. So we have to take these measures seriously and have policies that really need to be respected in all sectors. So more measures for the public supplyment of water. We have to put some more so that the numbers can be reachable. In the agriculture and the governance between the different sectors is very, very important. How we are restricting the consumption of water. The Algarve Water Observatory and all the measures, hiring people from external entities to help controlling the monitoring of the situation. So we have to know what's happening, so we know where we need to act. So check levels, report levels, so we can act. Half of the areas that are irrigated are already being monitorized. Okay, and he's explaining how people can also give the information of the water. And now finally, what were the main changes? The plan and how to follow the plan. Having more meetings, 9 meetings that were done to try to implement all these measures and awareness of the people. So different meetings, more and more meetings, so people remember that this is a critical, serious situation. So we had 27 measures in 2020, 43 now. So more and more coordination, the role that the Portuguese Environment Agency has. So all this work has been done in cooperation with the Algarve Intermunicipal community, and that is giving us excellent results. Monitoring the situation is now being done in a more efficient way. We have really more information on that. Okay, and in terms of the new investments, more and more control, so that the permission of building new hotels and all investments can only be done and approved in a sustainable way. Sensibilization of children, environment education. So instead of just saying that we are having drought and suffering with the water shortage, it's also important to show people what we have, what we can do, so people take a little bit more caution on their daily basis life and children. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before finishing the morning session, we would like to give you time if anyone has questions to pose. Good morning. I'm from Algarve, Environment Defense of Algarve. He's complaining about the governance of the water, but at the same time is thankful for all the presentations with all the technical information. Questions related to the aquifer Carença Silves. We are very worried about it because of the sea water that goes into it. We are admitting that not everything is being done to protect the aquifer. And is blaming the different boreholes that Águas do Algarve has in one specific area near Stomber. I think that you should ponderate that situation. But that means if I'm saying that is something that, and if I'm saying something wrong, please tell me. But as far as I know, Águas do Algarve was taking water from those boreholes, and if they taking the water from the ground there, so even more seawater goes into it, and the aquifer will have more problems. I put this in consideration. Maybe I'm being I'm abusing on saying this, representing the entity that I represent. And now he wants to refer to José Apolinário, that he's now in the agriculture. Now talking about the consumption of water in the agriculture. As we know, agriculture needs a lot of water, and we were given that information because we could see the amount of water that we needed to produce some products, coffee, chocolate. We need to consider another model to our agriculture here in the Algarve. Now we're mentioning our agriculture and our products that have a certain quality, and is giving an example of a fair he went to this weekend in Monchique, that we need to put more value in our products. But if we don't have water, how can we make it? And is now blaming the responsible persons. And last, maybe I'm already abusing, not giving anyone else the chance of talking. now is mentioning some of these places where we do the urban waste water treatments that are needing some investment, and they are not receiving that investment. And we need that because if we want to do the treatment of the water, we need these places to be updated. And it's asking if the money in the 20 million euros is the 20 million euros, that money is going to be used for that. Some more doubts. If we divide the consumption of water, agriculture has a big number of consumption. So I would like to know how the control is going to be done. The second question is about the losses of the reduce of the losses of water in the network. The other question is about the reuse of the wasted waters. I understood that we are going to use that water, and in the future that's very important. The last question is about Pumarão. Pumarão is in the Guadiana River, and I would like to know exactly how is the situation there, if it is still in the plan or is it already being done. Oh, now is 20. Am I talking another 20 minutes? It's going to be speedy once again. But it's my pleasure to explain. So let's see if it's possible. What was the role of the non-governmental agencies? But let's consider that everything was happening when COVID was here. We were still learning. We were doing our first plans in March, April, and there was the challenge of how to involve entities and our society in all this. Now it seems that everything is easier because we've learned a lot, but at that time we didn't know and we didn't do. But we heard the problems and the situations. We had a meeting and we introduced the plan to Almargem. And the suggestion was to implement some cisterns, some tanks in some of the houses and villas and even small hotels that can storage some water and use it in the summer or when needed. That can be water used in gardens and even in consumption. So the association suggested that they would make a law on that or help people to do that. And I must tell that we know what's happening, and we want to get the information from these non-governmental agencies. Now, explaining that the works are being done in Albufeira and Vila Moura in terms of the wastewater treatment. So the money that comes from the plan is being used. And that will be done until summer 2026. Companheira, that's near Portimão. It's another place. Let's see if we can make it up to 2030. Let's see if we have funds that come after 2026. So we have to be more resilient here in the West Algarve. We are already considering, new pipes in this area, but this is a problem that is more serious. So we have here the different situations, and we have the salt, the sea water that is coming into the aquifer. So many different situations that need to be considered here in the very west. So the problem again here is still one more. So the seawater that goes into the water treatment station, and when recycling that water, the salt is not being taken away. So another situation that needs to be checked. So in Portimão, many projects are being done. So this is another challenge. So here in the Algarve, we have to control that seawater that goes into the water treatment stations. So here now explaining how are, in terms of happening or not happening, when starting, when finishing the different works that are being done in Algarve. That's the chronological line of what is happening until the end of 2026. A new infrastructure in the Beliche Odlate Dam to use the dead volume of the water. Now, well, the fact that we are all worried about the aquifer Crença-Silves, which is the main one of the central area. So we really need to pay attention to the boreholes that are being done near the aquifer. And well, is explaining that the water that is being taken is not more than it can be, okay? The number is controlled. And when monitoring the levels of the water in the aquifer, so they can always stop or so they can change the amount of water that they are capturing, depending on the information that is being given by the equipments that are monitoring the situation. So we need to finish because we have to restart in an hour time, 2:30. So restarting.
Boa tarde e sejam de novo bem-vindos à conferência Resiliência Hídrica no Algarve, o nosso propósito comum. Iniciamos o período da tarde conhecendo...
Welcome once again to the Water Resilience in the Algarve, our shared purpose conference. We are starting the afternoon works knowing the particular situation of Catalonia. To let us know all the work that has been done in that region, we will have Jordi Molist from the Catalan Water Agency. He manages the water supply department of this entity with responsibilities in the planning and administration of water resources, and the promotion of new water supply and reused water infrastructures.
Okay. I suppose that you are seeing it okay? Okay. So, well, I will talk about the case of Catalonia and especially about the severe drought that we are facing these last years, and especially about the measures we have been undertaking to face it. Then I will begin with some words about the location of our region, some figures about the current drought period, and then I will focus more on the additional water sources and the new ideas that are emerging from this event in Catalonia. So, as you certainly know, we are located on the other tip of the Iberian Peninsula, in this northeast part of Spain. And well, in the region of Catalonia, there are two river basins. Here in the Brown side is the part of Catalonia that belongs to the Ebro River, which is a major river in Spain. And these large rivers are managed in Spain by the national Spanish government. So we are managing, from the regional government of Catalonia, we're managing the blue side, as you can see here, which is named the Catalonian Internal River Basins. And this is managed by the regional government of Catalonia, and the Catalan Water Agency is entrusted to do this management as a river basin. So, one characteristic of this division, as you can see in this slide, is that most of the people is in our side, in the coastal part of Catalonia, while most of the water is in the other side. And there are not many connections between these two river basins. So, well, this is a situation of frequent scarcity in the internal river basins that is worsened during droughts. Well, this distribution has also reflect the distribution of water consumptions. And as you can see here in this part of Catalonia, the main uses are urban and industrial uses, which is different, what's the standard picture of a Spanish river basin. And well, this makes the drought management a bit more difficult, as urban and industrial users are thought to have less elasticity to reduce consumptions. And the other characteristic is that these urban consumptions are quite low because the per capita consumption has been declining during the last 20 years in Catalonia. And we are now at around 115 liters per inhabitant day indoor consumption. This is the consumption of a family, of one person. So, well, there it comes the drought. And I have selected two graphs about the extreme nature of this drought. On the first graphic, we can see the rainfall anomalies during a 100-year period. And well, you can see here on the orange bars that we have had many droughts in the past, many longer droughts, but neither of these was so extreme of these last 3.5 years in Catalonia, when we have anomalies of more than 50% of rainfall. So we have passed from a climate of 600 millimeters to a climate of with a rainfall of 300 millimeters. So it's quite a relation. And at the same time, we have been experiencing very large temperature increases, as you can see in the bottom graph. So, well, this combination of very low rainfall and very high temperatures has a first victim, which are the forests. And Catalonia is a very forested country. More than 60% of our surface is covered by forest, and many of them have been dying during the last years, as this one near Barcelona, because of this extreme combination of a lack of rainfall and high temperatures. And the second victim, of course, are the reservoirs, the dams, because of the reduction of the flows in the rivers. This is one of the biggest dams in Catalonia, the Sau Reservoir, and as you can see here, is almost completely empty. Well, this is the situation, and we have had to undertake measures both in the demand side and on the supply side to face this extreme drought. But today I will focus more on the supply side. I will focus on the additional water sources that has emerged during this drought. So, well, the easiest one is to turn on the 2 seawater desalination plants we have. This is easy, but not cheap. And the major one, the bigger one, is one in the picture, is the Barcelona's seawater desalination plant. And this plant was built in 2009. And for many years, it was not very busy because we didn't have many droughts. So the plant was working at a low regime. But in the last years, as you can see in this graph, it has been put to full operation. It's operating at full capacity. And these volumes that has been produced have been crucial to endure this drought. Without this plant, the reservoirs in Barcelona will have gone completely empty. But the other, the novelty in this drought is indirect topics. So I will explain a bit more about the water reclamation scheme that is working in Barcelona and some milestones of its development. Well, first, before the water reclamation scheme, what we have is this Llobregat River, which is one of the main sources of Barcelona. There is a large drinking water treatment plant, and it was producing water for water supply in Barcelona. Then the used water was collected in the sewage, and it was treated and discharged. This was the scheme before the water reclamation. And this began to change in 2006, where a reclamation facility was built, and water began to be reused for 3 purposes. And it was from 2006 afterwards. The first is to discharge the reclaimed water just downstream of the drinking water treatment plant, where it works as an environmental flow. And this is useful because thanks to that, we don't need to release water from the dams for this purpose, and it can be covered with this water. The second one was crop irrigation. And the third one in 2010 was groundwater replenishment. Now, this was a project that at that time was quite a pioneer. And it consists in a hydraulic barrier of reclaimed water to fight against seawater intrusion in the aquifer. And you can secure a picture of the chloride concentration when we can see this intrusion of seawater inside the aquifer. This aquifer is quite important for the Barcelona's water supply. So we built in 2010 these 14 wells that are replenished with reclaimed water, and this helps us to fight water intrusion. This was before the current drought. And we have built some years later another facility that was conceived as a safety net, and it consisted in a second pumping station that can put the reclaimed water to the river upstream, 8 kilometers upstream of the drinking water plant. This was built, and it was thought that it will never, we will never use it. But during this drought, it has been essential component of the Barcelona's water supply, and in fact, it has been in continuous operation for 1.5 years. So we are now pumping around 1.75 cubic meters per second, which is more or less the same quantity that is produced in the large seawater desalination plant that I was talking before. And this water is mixed with the river in dilutions of 1:1. This is an equal mix, usually, of the natural river, from the natural water from the Llobregat River, and this mix goes downstream to the drinking water treatment plant. So we are somewhat closing the circle of the Barcelona's water supply cycle. So, well, this project has been possible because this was previously tested. And some years before the drought, it was established a working team with all the stakeholders involved. And here, the success of this project is due to the early involvement of the main stakeholders. So they were us, the Catalan Water Agency, and also the Catalan Health Authority, which is in charge of ensuring health security in Catalonia, the local authority, the town of Barcelona, and the drinking water treatment plant operator, which is a mixed company. And it was also a panel of experts, independent experts, that were advising this working group, with 12 people, mainly from the academic world and also from research centers. There were independent experts that were advising this panel. And this team designed a trial in 2018 that was carried out in 2019. So just a couple of years before the drought. And well, what was critical here in this project is to ensure human and environmental health of this discharge of reclaimed water upstream of the drinking water treatment plant. So a trial was designed to give confidence to the general population and also to the health authorities that this project was safe. And well, I will not go in detail on the trial because this has been published if you want more details about this. But what is important here is that we depart from a very large list of concerns that was agreed with the health authorities, around 835 micropollutants that was cause of concern. And this was tried and analyzed in the water. And the conclusion was that, in fact, only one component was close to the guide values that we agreed with the national health authorities. This establishment of the guide values was the most difficult part of the project, because most of the components that we found in the water were not regulated, neither in Europe or in neither other countries in the world. So we have to establish a guide value with toxicological studies or other reference. And the one compound that we found close to the gate value was 1,4-dioxane. Is a compound that, interestingly, is not regulated in the European Union, but is severely regulated in the United States. So we managed to establish a gate value. And in this case, the solution was to modify the discharge permits in the sewage of the 3 factories that were using this compound. So we are now completely in the safety side in the concentration. Well, this is how things were done in 2019, but now a project like this will be much more easy because of the development of non-target analysis. And we are now using non-target analysis like in projects like this because they have developed largely during the last years. So, well, this is the result of these additional sources of water, and this is the composition during the last 3 years of the greater Barcelona area water supply. These are 5 million inhabitants, and well, we can see here how these new sources like desalination and direct potable reuse now account for around 36% of the total water which is supplied in these 5 million regions. In addition, we have some reductions on water consumption, thanks especially to the sensibilization of the citizens. Well, and the effect of this substitution of water from the dams for desalinated or reclaimed water is that we have been able to reduce the rate of decline on the dams. We have not able to avoid the entry in emergency, but we have been only 2 months in emergency because the spring, this spring that has been quite good in Catalonia, has increased the levels in the dams. So, while this is our experience and our vision for the future is to develop more these new sources. And well, as we were seeing, in this current drought, we can cover this 36% of the total consumption of the greater Barcelona area with indirect potable reuse and seawater desalination. And our vision is to improve this resilience for the next years. So the first thing is to gain some with efficiency improvements. And here we are aiming especially to reduction of water leakage in the water supply distribution systems in Catalonia, which are not so bad. They have an efficiency of around 80%, but we think that we could still gain something in this field. And then we aim to double the amount of water of indirect potable reuse. And here the drought has been helpful because the taboo of indirect potable reuse, we can say that has been overcome in Catalonia. And now population and health authorities do agree with these new projects of indirect potable reuse. So we plan to double this production and to double to the production of seawater desalination. So the combined effect of these measures is that we hope that in maybe 5-6 years, in a future drought, the amount of water that the greater Barcelona area requires from natural sources as rivers and groundwater could be reduced to around 25%. And this will give us much more resilience to droughts. So maybe the most interesting thing here is this increase in indirect potable reuse. So I have a last slide about the larger indirect potable reuse project that we aim to build. And this is on the other river of Barcelona, which is Besòs River. Well, we call it a river but in fact is 90% of treated wastewater. And well, we are using now the experience in the Llobregat project just to be able to build 3 drinking water treatment plants on this river. No? This is something that before the drought seemed impossible to produce drinking water with this kind of river. But now we know this can be done. So we are designing these new 3 facilities. And in this case, we are opting by an intake with a riverbank filtration. So these are the first wells we are building to take the water from this treated water, no, from the river, and to build the drinking water treatment plants. And well, this is our experience. And well, thank you very much for the opportunity to share.
A special thank to Jordi Molist that made us know better the region and the problems the Catalonia has faced with the extreme drought. Now we're going to get to know the Cyprus situation with the coordinator of the Division of International Affairs and the European Union in the Department of Water Development of the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental of Cyprus, Mrs. Maria Filipou.
Okay. Well, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Presentation. Cyprus is located in the Eastern Mediterranean region, and it's this small island. It has an area of 9,000 square kilometers and a permanent population of 1.2 million. During summer, there are 3 to 5 million tourists coming to the island. And by saying summer, actually, it's a period from April until November. It's a quite long period. Cyprus ranks as the most water-stressed nation across Europe, and it has a frequent occurrence of droughts and limited water resources that depend on rainfall. Rainfall is scarce and it's distributed unevenly in the island. The Cyprus annual precipitation that this diagram shows indicates here that there was a big step drop in precipitation in the early 70s, and it's ongoing. The climate models predict a rise in temperature and decrease in rainfall for our region, as many of the earlier speakers mentioned. Well, water uses in Cyprus. This diagram shows that the main consumer for water is agriculture. Is almost double the domestic water, which is irrigation is about 59%, and domestic water, drinking water is 29%, with the other uses following in a very little percentages. The policy is that of Cyprus is that drinking water is satisfied by 100%, and the fact is that total water demand is higher than availability, and the needs, particularly for irrigation, are very rarely satisfied. In Cyprus, we do water balance every year since 2010, and where we have the water demands and the available quantities from conventional sources plus from non-conventional sources. If we go to the year 2022, we can see that water demand was 265 million cubic meters, and the available conventional sources were 214, thus causing a deficit of 52 million cubic meters. The role of water was recognized early on, and our environmental policy is based on three key priorities: to have provision of safe, adequate, and reliable water supply for all users, to address the challenge of water scarcity and droughts, and the impacts of climate change, and the harmonization with the European acquis. Water resources in Cyprus comprise of surface water, which they are distributed through the governmental waterworks. For the surface water, dams were constructed since the 1960s, because we wanted to have the storage of rain water. The water from the dams serves about 85 to 90% of the total domestic water supply, and about 40% of the total irrigation use. The total capacity of the dams in Cyprus is about 332 million cubic meters. Groundwater now, it was always the most obvious and easily accessible water source. Today, the aquifers are highly overexploited and deteriorated. Groundwater serves about 10 to 15% of the total domestic water and up to 60% of the total irrigation needs. We have 57 large dams, and a lot of significant water supply, irrigation, and wastewater treatment projects have been completed over the years. and it is notable to say that water development expenditure reached 20% of the total development budget of the government. However, since rainfall and inflow water to the dams is unpredictable and not reliable, as it can be seen from this graph, because inflow varies, we had to turn to non-conventional water resources, such as seawater desalination and water reuse. The climatic conditions and increase in water demand necessitated the use of non-conventional water resources. Seawater desalination water is purchased via build, own, operate, and transfer contracts, and is allocated through the governmental waterworks for the supply only of drinking water. This is supplied to the local water authorities in bulk and distributed by them to the end users. Despite the cost and the environmental impacts, desalination is vital for the water balance, since it provides water security, it gives room for irrigation, helps water reserves in the groundwater bodies. Whereas the reuse of treated effluent is used mainly in irrigation of agricultural crops under very strict legislation, and is used in agriculture for green or recreational areas and aquifer recharge. Desalination plants, as mentioned before, was inevitable, but also very beneficial for agriculture, since the equal amount of water from the dams could be used for irrigation. And also, we through the desalination, we have a very reliable source for domestic water. The first desalination plant was constructed in 1997. And since then, 5 in total desalination plants were constructed in Cyprus, and we are planning for another 2. The drinking water needs were satisfied. Said before, quantities of dam water are now available for irrigation needs, and environmental flows and recharge of heavily overpumped aquifers. The desalinated water created economic and social benefits, improved the safety and reliability of drinking water supply. Whereas treated wastewater is a growing and reliable source of water in Cyprus, and it enhances the water balance. The production of the wastewater treatment is regulated by regulation, national regulation and laws, and ministerial decrees. The water use, I must say, here is regulated by the legislation, the Code of Good Agricultural Practice, and the EU regulation on minimum requirements for water use. There is a focus on maximum utilization of the tertiary treated reclaimed water in the use of irrigation, which contributes up to 15% to the total irrigated water in the year 2022. And also fresh water can be reserved to satisfy the increasing demand for potable water. It reduces the discharge to the water bodies, reduces water abstraction, and it replenishes groundwater. And also, very importantly, it controls seawater intrusion to groundwater bodies. In Cyprus, we do water balance, and the water balance for domestic water is different from the irrigation. Sources for domestic water is coming from dams, boreholes, and desalination plants. We can see that when there is drought, it can be seen that desalination water is more. It's increasing. The production of desalinated water is increased. And then there is the water balance for irrigation, where is source the irrigation water is sourced from dams, boreholes, and reclaimed water. And in 2023, the reclaimed water reached 14.5%, and it's increasing. There are plans to increase its use yearly. Now, water demand management is also implemented by the use of long-term measures and short-term actions. The long-term measures include legislation, institutional restructuring, storage and recharge works, significant drinking water, irrigation systems, and wastewater treatment projects, on-farm advanced irrigation systems and techniques, groundwater abstraction regulation, pricing policies were implemented in Cyprus for many years. Also, there is metering and pricing mechanism. And one of the most important actions that we have is the people awareness. For short-term actions is the water allocation scenarios from the governmental water works that is different every year depending on the available water resources. And it's done by a quota system on a priority basis. First comes the drinking water needs that are satisfied by 100%, then recharge downstream of the dams. Some quantities are kept in the dams for future needs, and then irrigation, what is left is supplied for the irrigation, which always the supply is less than the needs. We have to mention that there are restrictions in irrigation that they might reach up to 70% of the total demand. And there is also a priority set there. First come the permanent crops. The needs for the permanent crops are satisfied by 50 to 80%. Greenhouses needs satisfied by 100%, and seasonal crops from 0 to 50%. As I mentioned earlier, in Cyprus, we do cultivation of a water-saving culture. We think that it's very important, and we do this since 1967. These are some decrees that were issued in this year, and this culture is an integral part of the water policy in Cyprus. Also, the water saving measures are promoted, and cultivation of water saving culture, it's an ongoing measure. Water metering is applied to all water users, and there is water billing based on actual consumption meter at each individual water supply point. For drinking water, charges are based on rising block tariffs, and for irrigation water provided through the government schemes, charges established on volumetric basis, and penalty charges are applied for overconsumption. Existing pricing policies were revised and adjusted to the provisions of Article 9 of the WFD, and polluter pays principle and adequate cost recovery, including environmental and resource cost, were introduced. Efforts for leakage reduction in distribution networks is ongoing, and we have in Cyprus real-time telemonitoring and telecontrol, and closed pipe systems for distributing both domestic and irrigation water. And there are always the programs to replace the old distribution networks and upgrade, replace domestic water supply, especially in rural areas that they are old. In the irrigation system, we have improved systems, conveyance efficiencies average to 90 up to 95%, and field application efficiencies 80 to 90%. Irrigation distribution networks equipped with good quality filters, hydrants, and meters are implemented, and there are also water-saving devices. There is a lot of effort is put into addressing the illegal abstraction. There is an existence of non-licensed boreholes, and now there is an implementation to record the number of non-licensed boreholes and to record the amount of water abstracted. There is, since the implementation of the integrated water management law, there is the more stringent procedure regarding borehole drilling and abstraction permits was introduced. In Cyprus, we implement the Water Frame Directive, the establishment of River Basin Management Plan, the program of measures, and we implement and revise regularly the drought management plan due to the severe water scarcity and drought problems we have. we implement the Floods Directive and the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. Yet, all these are not enough. A sustainable and integrated water resources management is a prerequisite for sustainable development, improvement of life quality, protection, and preservation. Escalating water demands in a continuously changing environment, population growth, economic and social development, tourism, etc., along with climate change, led to permanent and evolving water scarcity. Scarcity acts as a limiting constraint for economic and social activities, and therefore it's imperative to continuously seek ways to increase the efficiency of the infrastructure, to reduce energy consumption, and to seek for new methods to produce water by utilizing renewable energy sources. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, a very special thank to Maria Filipou for letting us know what is being done in her country. The questions will be done at the end. Now we are going to continue with the round table. Best practices across sector in the use of water. It has as speakers Marcia Fonseca, head of Water and General Services Division of Lagos Council, José Macário Correia, chairman of the Association of Beneficiaries of the Eastern Algarve Irrigation Plan, Inês Neto, representing the Commission for the Hydrological Agriculture Sustainability in the Algarve, António Eusébio, Executive Chairman of the Board of Directors de Águas do Algarve, Pedro Lopes, Member of the Board of Directors of the Pestana Hotel Groups, Adriana Jacinto, Director of Sustainability for the Southern European Business Unit and the Minor Hotel Groups. The moderation is up to Manuela Moreira da Silva, Assistant Professor at the Higher Engineering Institute and Marine and Environmental Research Center of the University of Algarve. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank you all and the invitation that was done to be present and representing the Algarve, a region that we want to be a prosperous one, Pacific one, a region full of partnerships. We are here with people that I already know, except for Inês. We have shared the knowledge that we have of this area, and we see that all the activities that are done by the human can be independent from water consumption. This morning we've talked about the water footprint, how we cannot waste water. We have understood that technology does not solve all the problems. We have to do a partnership with nature, and we have to focus ourselves in our needs. What's more important is people, partnership, peace. All these P's are very important. So we have a few intervenients that are going to show us the different points of view in different areas. Marcia from Lagos Council, Macario Correia, someone who is passionate for agriculture. Inês, she's the one that I know a little less, but you are going to talk about our prosperous agriculture and the sustainability of our agriculture. Pedro from Pestana Hotel Group. He's just saying that he's not an engineer, he is an economist. I met him because we talked about the desalination plant project. And well, he's representing tourism. That is the major activity in the Algarve. And well, we need water for that. Otherwise, tourists will not come to Algarve, or if they come once, they will not come back. Adriana is representing another hotel group, the Minor Hotels Group. And she's also mentioning sustainability. How can they also be important in saving water in this region? So there's a challenge here. 5-10 minutes of best practices that we can share with our audience. What are we doing? What do we want to do? So let's start by Marcia. Marcia Fonseca from the Water Division of Lagos Council. Good afternoon, everybody. Good. The first goal of the water supplyment system of our council. The first goal is supplyment, efficient supplyment and safe supplyment of water. They are now using the new technologies so that they can have a water supply that is more efficient and resilient. This is an equipment that they are using to control everything that is done in the council. These are the main statements characterizing the system of water supply. There's about 400 kilometers of pipes. There are 3 reservoirs, 9 elevation stations. It services 33,000 people. But that varies a lot in the summer, but we try to make an effort to go along with it. The sustainability of the management efficiency of the water supplyment, importance of the resilience in the water system, strategies to improve the water supply system, they really want to avoid the loss of water. It's very important for us to make a study of the conditions of the pipes in all the network system. After we have done that study, then we have to balance the system. The network is divided by sections, and then it's easier to work in one section at the time. It's a strategic that varies a lot, and we have to count on the plans that are implemented by our council and the regional councils. So the first plan was the first plan done was the one that closed the very old part of the town. This is the area where there were more losses because of being an old section. Yes, going very fast and translation is nearly impossible. This area presents 360,000 cubic meters of losses. But with all this gesttion, we will avoid around 300,000 cubic meters. So that represents saving a lot of money. Then we extend it to the rest of the network in the whole council. And we got to the conclusion that we will have 46 different sections for measuring and metering. We are also putting more valves in the different systems to reduce from 6 to 4% of losses in some of the networks. In total, there will be less 1.4 million cubic meters, and this is a plan that was implemented in 2023. So before implanting all these different stations of controlling, it's important to study the whole system, and we got to the conclusion that in some places that we were using pumps, they were not needed. We could use only the gravity. And with the study, we also got to understand the pressure in our pipes. It's over 20 years that we are implementing this system, but well, it was getting very old. So these days, everything is much more modern. And we can check where all the things are happening, and if something is going wrong, we can fast work on them. So everything is done at the time that we need, and the faster we act, the less we lose. Replacement of pipes, that's another strategy that was adopted. In the end of 2020, we got to know where were the pipes that were losing more water because of having old pipes, and the amount of loss was really big. So that was a very important investment, and the cost was around 2 million, and we got the refund, the reimbursement of half of that. After that, we also started replacing the pipes in another 18 kilometers of pipes, and again there was a big save, and part of the money was also paid by the European funds. In here, well, the new meters in some of the buildings that are intelligent ones that can automatically send information if something is going wrong, if there's too much water going through, that information goes to them, and they can inform people that something is wrong and go there and check. So they can know and in advance if there's a leak before people actually notice that their bills are becoming higher than the normal ones. That is in terms of the irrigation in the green areas. If a pipe has something that goes wrong, it automatically stops, and so that will save water. And they are also checking the quality of the land and the needs of the plants in order that the watering is only done when needed. Now the next speaker is the engineer Macario Correia from the Association of Beneficiaries of the Eastern Algarve Irrigation Plan. Thank you. Thank you to Manuela Moreira da Silva. Thanks. I would like to thank her words. is happy to see the audience here, although there's many empty chairs. It's an important room. There's some mayors and vice mayors and other important responsible persons that come from different councils in the Algarve. Mr. Macario needs to go to the microphone. So the most important thing to think of is that each council takes good care of its network, and it's important that each of them think of that so that we can reduce the price of water and the amount of water that we have. More than 840 million euros in water waste in one decade. This is really something we have to worry about. And I know people here in this room, but I'm not saying the names, that could do more. Now let's talk about agriculture. They are blamed of wasting too much water. But everything that we have there for our coffee break, flowers that may decorate rooms, everything needs water. We have the same, sometimes we have the same rainfall as Germany, but they don't need to water anything in some of their areas as we have here. So if we have the same water, but we need to water, then it means that at the end we will have less. Yeah, that's a big comparison between Portugal and Germany. The efficiency of the equipment. So it's very important that each one of us takes good care of all the material, all the tools. So in the old days, people had other tools. Now we have these ones that we can see here in this picture. So if we have a plantation that has one color, then there's a bush, a big bush somewhere. It means that water is leaking from a pipe. So you need to go and check. So this is what we have, and this is what we need to care about. That's our day-by-day life. What's on the right? This is something I'm trying. This is a tube of mine. I don't even know that it works. I don't know if it's scientific or it is something that the witches do, but I'll see. These are our watering tools. So we can control from this panel. We can use the phone and control everything from remote. either computer or mobile phone. We don't waste water. And now we can see here a roundabout, irrigation on, and it's raining. And now everybody's laughing because, well, he's going away from the microphone and he's laughing because of the picture, because we have there an important face of the. I don't know where this is, but there is someone here that can say where this is. Where is this? So watering and it's raining. This is not efficiency. Reuse and hydroponia. It is said that the same water doesn't pass over under the bridge twice. But actually, we can make that happen because we recycle the water, so the water goes and comes back. Nobody is telling us to do it, but we want to do it because we want to save water. We also use this equipment, filtering the water. So we save some water. We avoid losses. And we spend money making all this work. We have our efficiency in different levels. Okay, let's explain. This is just there's an institute in Beja that says how many liters an orange tree, 2 orange trees needs per year. And we have the different plants there. Avocado, kakis, oranges. So the institute says how much water we can spend, but we spend less than what they say. So they are already telling the minister that they are saving water, they are spending less than the numbers, the official numbers that they are allowed to spend. That's a stream and wild canes that is growing on both sides, both shores of the stream. This is very nice. It's curious, but it will use water. Okay, so just pointing out, Macario was just pointing out what he's doing and his people do. And now, well, Inês Net. Good afternoon. I don't bring any presentation. I represent V-Plant, and that's the Commission for Hydro-Agriculture Sustainability in the Algarve. That's a new commission. It started in 2024. People from different sections of agriculture are represented, and the aim is to defend our our needs. V-Plant is where Inês works, and that's a company that started 40 years ago. They produce ornamental plants. They have 3 places of production, all of them in Algarve, one in Lagoa, one in Alt, and one in Padern. There's 2 garden centers, one in Vila Moura and one in Oeiras, near Lisbon. We produce 65% for export, 35% Portugal. We have a certification, MPS. That's a certification on best practice, agricultural best practice. Our enterprise is really concerned on sustainability, and I'm in charge of one of the nurseries of our plants. And this morning, before I come here, I went to a drugstore to buy some plugs to replace some of the material, because that's important, so that we don't lose anything in our system and grid. They water mostly of their plants in drop by drop irrigation. They are measuring constantly the water that is spent, the water that comes in there and goes out of their systems. And the section that is in charge of, there's like a small dam that gets all the pluvial water, so all the rain, and also some water comes from the dam of Silves. They also have a station from the drained system of their water that goes back to irrigate a second time or a third time. So recycling the water in their properties. They also have in some other, in the other couple of properties, they have ground water. They have their own holes, right? And they know that water is very expensive, so when they have their bills, they know that it's very important to save. And it's something that we have to not waste and use it the best way we can. That's our aim. This is what I had to say. If you have questions, then just ask. If you want to know any specific things that you can be interested enough, you can ask. Now, the executive chairman of the board of directors of Águas do Algarve, thanking several of the members of the organization. And the president of Águas de Portugal, Carmona Rodrigues, the engineer that joined us a few moments ago. Good afternoon, all. Best practices. When I have been doing some conferences, and I always talk about the investments and the needs that Algarve has in terms of the water. So now we are thinking of what have we been doing that is actually a good thing. What have we done already that can be considered a best good practice? In the end of 2023, we were in a severe drought. We had to make a plan of an action plan between Águas do Algarve and Águas de Portugal, so national entity and local entity. We needed to monitorize the whole system. After this plan has been drawn, we've done many things. When we made this plan, we've decided to make a few decisions, and we did some things like cutting the depression and reducing the amount of water, and we needed to see how the different councils reacted to that. And extreme measures, decisions to make. When there's no water, one day we will not have water, what can we do? Where to do the investments? What can we do to make the plan works? So there was a lot of see, if. So I think that actually when we had all these meetings with the important agendas, with all the ministers and then the councils, everything put together made us understand what we were doing, what we can do, and now we know much better what are probably the things that we are going to do in the next future. So now we know better what's the amount of water that we are using in each municipality, something that in the past we were not making. It seems when we see this looks very simple, but it wasn't. It's not as simple as that. There were so many things that had been done or that had to be done so that we could actually get to the real situation of the water and know exactly who's working better. Each municipality had different perceptions of what was happening. Some municipalities are doing more, some others are doing less. And we had, after all, 9% of less loss of water. There are many investments in our dams. trying to reach some of the water that we were not using, that volume of water that was never used, that we named the dead volume. Now it's possible, and so Bravura and Odelate are done, and they are now doing it in Odeloke, and maybe August, September, that will be done. We are going back to some of the holes that we were not using anymore. We need to put them in a way that we can go back anytime it's needed. So everything needs to be operating. All the boreholes that were not in use but still can be used. These are photos of a place in Castro Marim near the Spanish border, isolating systems and pipes so that the leaks are not happening. Trying to bring water from one side to the other of the Algarve. Now, well, it is very important that the wastewater treatment is well done so that we can use the water. The importance that to avoid the seawater to come into our boreholes. So the plans are to keep on doing many investments, but that is quite difficult because we need a lot more money, and it doesn't seem to be possible. So this is about the storage of the water. Try to store the maximum possible so that in the summer, when the demand is so big, that we can respond to that. And the efficiency in terms of the energy. Solar panels. So the efficiency of energy, that if we use this energy connected to the water systems, it saves us in both sides, so energy and the water. Some more studies to produce bioenergy. That's another project, innovation project, to create a fertilizer with all the waste that comes from the water treatment plants. It is very important that all these leaflets, all this information comes through social media so that everybody sees it and pays attention to it. It's important to save the water. This year now we have more or less the same water that we had last year, and we are still in the beginning of the summer. Now Pedro Lopes, member of the board of the Pestana Hotel Group. Pestana is one of the major hotel groups of Algarve. Thank you for the invitation, for presenting my my presentation. So we are in 16 countries, 808 hotels. We have 6 golf courses, 5 in Algarve and 1 in Sintra. I'm going to talk about the one in Lagoa, Val da Pinta. We have in Algarve 38 golf courses. $1,400,000 golf circuits per year. 95% of the ones that play golf here come from a different country. And they spend in all their activities 500 million euros. Numbers of 2022, 2023. So the blue is high season in summer, and the green is the golf. So the peak seasons are different. October, November, February, March, April. So that's the activity that works better against the seasonal period of Algarve. What are we doing? We are reducing the watering of our greens. We only water what is the main part of the golf course, the greens. We are reducing like between 10 and 20%. We are also investing in new grass that can reduce the amount of water. So if it's the grass that does not need so much water. So like this, we will save 1/3 of the water that we used to use. So we also have improved in all our equipment. And they started recently using their recycled water. ETAR, so the residual treatment plant. So the problem is that if there is too much salt water, we cannot then use the water that is treated because there's too much salt. So knowing that situation, they actually found those places where they used to enter the water that has salt, so that is reduced. And now they are going to start the use. They don't know yet how long that will be done. They have to see. Okay, they are going to mix this recycled water and the water that comes from Silves. So these are the two golf courses near Lagoa. That's the residual water treatment station from Boa Vista. That is from where the water will go to the Gulf. So they will reduce 50% of the water that comes from the reservoir Arade in Silves. So they will receive from that plant a lot of water. And now let's talk about the desalinization plant, the one that is going to be done in Algarve. Yes, maybe we will have our first one in 2027. And in other places, it's been 20 and something, 30 years that they have. We have this desalinization that is the only one in Portugal, a country that has so many kilometers of coast. This is a partnership with the University of Porto. So the idea is to reuse the water, and then that part that is very salty that goes back into the sea, extract the salt. So do the 2-in-1. So water without the salt, and then make more salt with the water that stays. And this is our idea. And now the engineer, Adriana. Sustainability for the Southern European Business Unit of the Miners Hotels Group. So another hotel group. Thanking for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here, representing minor hotels. Maybe some of you don't know this company. But if I talk about Tivoli and Antara, then you already know our hotels. We have 7 units in Algarve, 18 in Portugal. And we represent approximately 600 hotels in the whole world. It's been 25 years since we started our best practices. We have a sustainable strategy implemented in 3 different areas: buildings, operations, and the shopping to our hotels, what we buy. But I'm going to concentrate mostly on what we started doing in February, when they got the mail telling that there would be water cuts. And so we had meetings from that day on to decide what we can do. I'm telling you a little bit about these measures, but I cannot say too much because Manuela Silva is already looking at me. We adopted already some measures that, as I said, came from our past, but we had to see how we could adapt to the new measurings. So the most critical thing was not to be allowed to water our gardens. That was our challenge. Because in most of our hotels, there's a lot of green. And that day we closed our taps. We took it very seriously. And we are doing our best what we were asked to do. And we are doing our best to implement everything. And well, we are fighting for that stamp, Safe Water. So we are doing our best. So these 5 projects are not all implemented. Identification of where we can be more efficient, equipment's eco-efficient, and communication through certification. Let me tell you that these are things that we were already doing last year. %55% of the consumption in our hotels comes from what we have inside the hotel. Toilets and public areas, the rooms, and so we look at this as the whole, not just the clients, but also the staff, all the water that is used. We replaced our tubes by showers, and all the taps we also changed the amount of water that would come through. And in the water flushes, we've done some changes. That's an investment of 200,000 euros. And we got to the conclusion that in 2 or 3 months, that's all paid, because the decrease of consumption is really big. I didn't say, but we have hotels in different councils, and the price of the water is different in each of them. For our stamp, Safe Water, so we have some initiatives to our guests and also to our staff. So if people don't want their room to be made every day, we give the client a drink in our bar or something else if they don't want towels changed. So that's everything will count. We are part of the 15% of the hotel groups that already have that stamp. I also want to say that we have reduced our pool at the hotel in Vila Moura. So less water and change of water is done less times than we used to. And this is a study that we've done in all our gardens. Our goal is to reduce 53% of the green areas. We want to replace that with other grass, synthetic, and also orchards instead of bushes and flowers. The problem is that if we want to convert, in the beginning we need to water a lot, so that is something that we still have to balance. Also, the amount of water that is being saved. And in here, well, they are thinking of using reusing the water of the backwash. So what they thinking that is better for them is the backwash water that they can treat and reuse it. This is a project of 773 million euros. This is something that costs really a lot of money, but they are making it because of being something that they are very conscious of. %42 of decrease in consumption divided in the different sectors. Yes, this is what our beautiful gardens look now, because of the water shortage, and they have lost 1 million euros in business because of this shortage of water. So now, before the questions, I'm asking one question. I'm going to start by asking Marcia. After all the measures that you've shown us, we are replacing pipes, monitoring all the technology so that we know better when everything is happening. And the question is, do you think that people is conscious of all these efforts that the entities are done? do you think that all these different entities are telling people all their efforts that they are doing? What is still the thing that we can do? How are we going to do this? How can we put children thinking of this? How do we bring us to our schools, to our colleges? So how do we help people? How do we allow these technicians to do all their work? Well, in Lagos, we have already done many actions, and we have shown this to 400 children. For the adults, I think it's August Portugal that needs to be in charge of that. We in here, we think that if we start with children, that will help us, because it's when we are very young that we have to be conscious of the importance of saving water and all the other environmental measures. Of course, we have to tell people, we have to make people know how important this is. We have to try to involve people in our decisions. What is more important is the education of our children. That's the main thing to change the future. So, and what about the technicians? What can we do to involve them? What is still missing? I think that we are now all involved, because this is something that is happening everywhere. And that was a resolution that came from the ministers, so everybody is knowing that needs to be done. I think that we need more people, but we are trying, and we are making the best we can. But it's not easy. But this is a problem that is happening everywhere around the world. So the problem here is the same problem as in many other places. We try to make our best. Macario? Most people in Algarve says that in the Algarve there's no agriculture strategy. Don't you think that we should have more data in terms of the agriculture? Because we have so many things about the urban consumption, and we don't have that much about the agriculture. What can we do for the agriculture sector to have all this? How can we show people that we are spending we are spending water, but it's well used in our agriculture. What can I can say that Macario is saying that we are producing 10% more in an intensive way. So we're producing more in terms of percentage that the land we have. We have in Algarve people that still work like in the older days, but we also have in the Algarve the best technology, all the very modern equipment that can be found in the country. And in terms of the water efficiency, we have some of the best practices, because we know exactly the price of the water and how important this is for us. Every day we think of how we can find solutions to our agriculture. We have to know, we have to find a way of having more water storage. In the 19th century, there were no reservoirs. We only used the water we could use at that very moment, or some cisterns. Now we have the reservoirs since the 50s. He's giving examples in the middle of the 19th century. In the 50s, 2 years without no water. Then in 1876 there were many floods. And the mayor of Badajoz said that what rained watered the ocean because of so much water. The climate changes, the raising up of the temperatures, everything worries me. But this is something that already happened. So now we have to. That goes against all the things that we've seen here today. If we start 50 years ago, it's going down every year. But if we go back centuries, it has been like these ups and downs. So let's continue. We see that we are not agreeing in that, so let's continue. So if we are living here in an area with no water, how come that we are not giving more value to to our products. Why are we selling 80% of our oranges to make juice, orange juice in Northern Europe? Orange juice that people will not know that is from Algarve. The value, the chain of value is really bad, because we're selling the oranges 20 cents kilo, and then you go to the supermarket and you buy it for 2 euros. Now, what we need is someone that has some knowledge on this subject, so that it won't happen like this in the near future. So now the situation is, we need the greens, so we need to have that. But now the ornamental plants, is there any plants, ornamental plants, that need less water? And now the who's asking for the precision watering of our gardens? Who asks for that? The farmers or the 5-star hotels? In our company, that is something that we are always worried about. We don't waste everything that is not working well. Everything is replaced. The ornamental plants, maybe I'm not the best person to answer, but we try to respond at the markets, and we make what the market demand. We have some plants that adapt a bit better to our climate. But in terms of national market, people ask more and more for plants that need less water. And now, well, just saying that Antonio Eusebio wasn't here in the morning. And we talked about important items, and there was the re-inauguration of the new residual water treatment plant, and now the desalination plant. How much is going to cost? Because we know that the water is more expensive. We are all worried about that, because if we introduce that water in our consumption water, the price of the water is going to be higher. There's a lot of people, millions of people doing that, consumption, the desalination water. We would like you to tell us a little bit about this. Shall we worry or not? The desalination plant is one of the measures that is part of the plan. It's just one of the many So all the investments together will actually have a big impact and will give us the price to pay for our water. And it will work as insurance, because if we don't have water from all the other sources, we will have the desalination plant. So when we don't have the other sources giving us water, we use the desalination plant. But we need to have it. How? And can we also put the situation in other words? How much would it cost if we didn't have water in the Algarve? Let's go back to December. In December 2023, the water that we had would finish in April in some places, in August in other places, and September there wouldn't be any water. Tourists, economical activity, everything would be over. What would that cost? What would be more expensive? Pay 80-90 cents per cubic meter of desalination water, or not have any water. On the other hand, we had rain in the end of March, beginning of April. That was good, but I hope that everybody actually heard me this morning, or well, a few minutes ago, that we don't have that much water, and we have to keep on trying to save water, decrease the consumption, and the cost of the desalination ends up being a solution when the other sources are over. This will be the only option. Everything is being done with all the studies, all the efforts to ensure of all the safety measures, especially when they need to clean the filters. Everything is being thought and planned. We don't want any negative effects in the environment. We don't want to cause any negative impacts where the waste of the plant is put. That is in Albufeira. And we are putting it in Albufeira because that is more central, because we have in here like a strip, and then we have the two ends of Algarve. We have protected areas, so we only had that area to put the desalination plant. So it was actually very, very hard to find the place. So that problem of the waste of the plant is taken care. That's what we were worried about. It actually pollutes less than a residual plant, a normal residual water treatment plant. So 20% less. So now, what does a hotel group thinks of all this situation? So when a council decides to close the public pool, and the ones that are using it are just common people, they're not the same persons that will use the swimming pool at your hotel. So Pestana Group has used the desalinated water. So what do you think about this? But because we need to know that the amount of salt in the water is important, because we can desalinate part or the amount of salt that stays still in the water is very important. What have you thought about all this already? Most of our hotels are near the ocean, and most of our pools are pools that use the ocean water.
Piscinas de água salgada. É claro que alguns clientes reclamam pedaço, porque há evaporação.
Some of our guests complain a bit about it, but we have used, and we are using still in our bigger pools, the waters from the ocean. And that is not something we spend money with. Our desalinated water, we use it mostly for our indoor pools, and also for the watering of some of our gardens, and that is also for us to learn. And we are in Algarve for so long that we think that it's important for us to invest in these solutions. We are now in the most severe drought of all times in here. We may be a little better than we were a month ago because we had that rain in the end of March, beginning of April. But we try to make our the things in a way that we don't get to a dramatic situation. And we had here the situation of Catalonian. They started before us, and now they are in a more worried situation, in a worse situation, and they started before us. Most of these measures that we are talking about in here, they only be effective in 2-3 years. And but in terms of maintenance, a pool that is using salt water is different. So yes, we need to have an equipment that is different. It costs more money. Everything destroys more, the whole thing, the pool, the equipment. So in your hotel group, you did not consider desalination. So what are the things that you still can do? For us, the cost of a desalination would not be reliable because we think that the fact that we can treat the used water we have to think of what we can do, because this is something that is not only happening now. We know that in the near future that will continue happening. So each hotel has a group of people that is in charge of trying to find out the best solution for each unit. And we think that we have been creative in reorganization of how the water can be reused. They are also thinking of doing some storage. But they really have to, although they are limited in terms of construction, they have to start having one section of their properties to that wash of the water. But this will take some time. Now, what we actually did, and that was quite fast, was the change of taps and change of tubes. And, well, one of the things they know that they really have to do is reduce the amount of greens in their units.
Para se poder fazer reconversões, para poder ter poupanças de água.
So they are trying to reconvert some of their green areas, but they need to know if they are accepted, because in the beginning everything will be needing water. What's the cost of cubic meter of the desalination at the Pestana group? €1.50. Thank you very much for this. I had a question to Macario Correa. I would like to know where the register numbers of the mid-19th century. I think that you were not very responsible on your comments. Let's see, we are monitoring our climate changes, so the decrease of rain in the Algarve. Well, I hope that this situation is not actually, really, really serious, because we have been having a cycle of every 10 years, then maybe then it won't be as bad as it seems. But what I'm really worried is your light way of saying that we've always had these extreme events. But I think I say the opposite, of course. We've had this all the time, but it's real that these climate changes and the warming up of the planet is real. And well, it's real that in the near future our society will be threatened by all these situations, mainly that climate change that englobes everything. And it's true that here in Portugal we are really in a risk area, and we need to prepare our society to all this that is coming. And it's evident, because we have scientific proofs that this is happening. And I would like to have a comment from you on this. I would not like you to pass a message that is completely different from what everybody has been saying. I cannot listen. Okay. Thank you. I've been working in this for many years. I taught in universities. I have been in politics. And I know that we have to be careful with what we say, and it was not a light way of putting the things. It's official, and I must say more. The meteorological information that we have, and you know, we have it since the 19th century. The seasons are not the same all the stations, the meteorological stations that we have in Portugal, they have not been continuous, and the general information is missing in some years. But we know we have other registration of those numbers. But I've been reading some other documents that I have read documents that were based on researchers that were really done through the time, people that went to see and speak to people to know what was happening, to see how dramatic were situations in the fields without dams, without wells. Many of the wells not that we have in Algarve, they were opened 100 years ago. Algarve, where the big reservoir is, they have meteo stations of 100 years ago that nobody shows. But these are the real data that I can send you if you want. Next week, on the 12th, I will have 2 technicians that have data of of what has happened in the Algarve in the last 100 years or more. And if you want, you can join us. One of these days, not that long ago, I was with Carvalho Rodrigues up north, and we were talking to people that actually agreed with some of the things that I said, and I'm not irresponsible for what I say. I know what I am doing and what I am saying. Thank you very much. Lucas. Okay. Emotions say everything.
Research Center, the SEMA Foundation showed the data that they independently of the Algarve, produced, after studying massive amounts of data, the European Commission has adopted a climate risk adaptation, communication, and the vast majority of the science says that the risk of prolonged droughts, as we are now going through, this risk is increasing. So yes, it may be true that in the 19th century, if we look back at data, there have been serious situations as well, but it's just that the risk of these really prolonged periods of droughts will be increasing. That is almost now a deal done. I think it will be hard to find scientists to say, no, that's not a risk. And one thing I wanted to ask is, I mean, we've been talking now the afternoon all about technical solutions, and I'm impressed to see how much efficiency and technological innovation goes into very sophisticated irrigation systems, and all the efforts being done in the urban sector. It's really, really worthwhile. It really deserves praise, but I haven't heard anybody mention the word nature so far. And that really strikes me. I think after a whole afternoon of discussion that nobody has said, wait a moment, there's actually another parameter in the equation. How much water do we need to sustain our ecosystems and our nature? And I haven't heard anybody saying, but let's also think when we talk about available reserves in the mountains from dams, etc., what nature needs. So I'm going away here a little bit concerned, I must say, but I would really like to ask the question, is this something that plays a role as well in these assessments about how can we go forward in the Algarve about water scarcity, droughts, and the risk of prolonged droughts?
Thank you very much. De alguma forma o Lucas está a participar-nos a apreensão com que regressa a casa relativamente ao facto de não...
Manuela is just translating a little bit of what you've said. She's explaining your worries about the subjects that we didn't talk that much in here this morning. So the loss of water in our rivers and streams, so that will change all ecosystem, and most people don't think about the loss of our biodiversity. That's something very, very important. It's like breaking the chain. It's like doing a body, an exam body, and finding black holes, because some of the species are disappearing, and then the species that depend on those, they will also disappear. So how can we find the solution? So we need the water to have the plants, to have the rest, to have the shade, to save us from the heat. So this is still something that is not very well discussed. This is something that needs to be seriously discussed, because without nature, our species will not exist. So, yeah, humanity forgot that is not above nature. So shall we continue? Can I have your attention, please, so we can continue? So we can proceed? I'll ask the Vice President of the Portuguese Agency for the Environment.
aos vossos lugares. Se faz favor, podem sentar, que a Sra. Ministra está a chegar e nós queremos dar um ar organizado. Muito obrigado. Já basta a confusão que nós somos entre nós, mas com a vinda da Sra. Ministra podemos parecer que somos um povo organizado. Obrigado pela vossa compreensão.
Então é melhor esperar por ela. Aproximamos então da.
We are approaching the final stretch of this conference. And for some conclusions, has the word the Vice President of the Portuguese Agency for the Environment, José Pimenta Machado. Thank you for the presence of all of you, all the personalities, all the invited persons that are here. I don't have any conclusion to make. Just that we have a problem. And of all these debates, we have a problem. And we can face this in two different ways. We believe that there are climate changes and that influences the rainfall or not. And we go a different way. Water is, up to now, a production factor. Water is not just an economical factor. Water is more than that. But that's the way we have been talking about the water. Until now, it was never understood as something that we were in shortage. And using the other examples, like Cyprus, believing in these climate changes and the shortage of rainfall, I would say that it's up to the time that we really have to stop and think, what can we do? Because in this situation, we can also go two different ways. One is, okay, no more water. And the plan the plan of resilience and recuperation that brings us that is actually, we can save that 8 hectometers that we can save, and that plan is even more. The Gulf sector has understood that the water is really something very, very important, and so they understood, so they really have to reuse their water. So we can maybe reuse not just those 8 hectometers, but more, up to 20. On the other hand, there is agriculture that is strong, that consumes a lot of water, that produces a lot. It brings it produces a lot, it contributes a lot, but Gulf that spends less produces more. But we also have to say that nobody eats Gulf balls. But not all the water that is spent in agriculture, a lot does not stay here. So lots of oranges or avocados that are exported, so they are in the same standard as the Gulf balls because we are not having them. So we have to balance the consumption and the value added to the region. But still, we have to think that and guarantee that the 2 activities, so Gulf and agriculture, keep on having the same amount of water that they have had until today. So what we have to do is to have more sources, and let's study, let's explore the new sources. But we also have to see what Engineer Macario Correa has been saying. There is water in the Algarve. Let's not just stop these activities. Let's see what we can do, so we don't kill our activities because there's no water, because there is water. But there is a limit, and let's see, if we believe in these climate changes, aren't we close to that limit? So it makes us all think of what we want to have. If we have water, to have what we have, or if we have water to do another type of agriculture, if we can use it in Gulf, and if they can reuse their water, and so they can still grow, maybe for the desalination. But this is the conclusion of the day and of all these months and years that we've been working. We really need to see in which direction we are going, in which direction we believe that we are going, and what do we need to have so that we can grow still. or we choose another way and we just stop. The other situation is something completely different. Is okay, let's forget this and bring people bring water from the north to the south, because up north we have plenty of it, but how impactant that can be and how much does it cost? So this needs also to be studied. To the agriculture, it wouldn't be possible because the amount of money that it would cost, that would be so high that it wouldn't work. What we need is actually that we need to admit that we got to the limit of this paradigm of the cost that the water has. So if we want to grow, we have to admit that there will be more costs. Now the president of APA, Portuguese Agency for Environment, a special welcome to the minister, our Minister of Environment and Energy. Let me now try to make a conclusion. I really enjoyed what Luca Rep said. He agreed in everything that you said. In the last 12 years, there's a reduction of 35% of the rainfall. And in the last, 2 to 3 years, that reduction was 45%. And in 2023, we had the lowest level in all of our reservoirs down here in the Algarve. The temperature is another real thing. January was the third highest January of all times, and the temperature going up, it influences everything. And so for us to manage all this, we have to know, we have to measure, we have to know the details so we can manage everything. So your message was just very good. We cannot do any captation of water without measuring, metering. And we cannot give any water titles to water that we don't have. And governance, that is very important. Inspection integrated management in all the different sectors. Is mentioning one of the presentations that showed us the rainfall, the change of the rainfall in the Algarve in the last few years. So, talking to the minister at lunchtime, we just used an expression that comes from football. We have to score. That's what we have to do. So we have to do the things according to the plan that was designed to achieve the goals. First, well, let's say in 3 years. Number one, the loss of water, reduce the leaks. Is mentioning the agriculture that the engineer Macario is doing, that is not losing that much water, but in many places in the Algarve, the loss of water is around 25%. And it's just mentioning that picture that we could see the grass that was being irrigated when it was raining. I could also show a photo of a cornfield that was being irrigated in a way that we don't do anymore. So we have to see all these mistakes. Another water sources, it doesn't make sense to water the gardens with the same water that we drink. And I don't even talk about the bins and the trash cans that are washed with the same water that we drink. We shouldn't use that water for that. So that water that we want to reuse, that will be enough to irrigate half of the golf courses. And the other point is make that desalination plant. And I really appreciate what the Pestana group is doing in Alvor. They have their own desalination plant. It's a small one, but it's for their consumption. In the East Algarve, they could connect those dams to Pumarão, which is in the Guadiana River. I would say that the key word is make it. Make it. This is my statement. More than discuss new solutions, But more than that is make what is actually already planned. So if we make everything that is planned, we will have not all the solutions, but we will be in a good way. Now, is mentioning the cost of transferring water from north to south. This would be always the last solution. To get to that, we will need to do all the other ways of trying to keep more water by saving, reusing, treating. East Algarve is part of the Guadiana Basin, so it's not transferring water from one place to the other. Actually, the reservoirs that are in the East Algarve, they are part of that basin. And I would like thank all the ones that joined this conference. And I'm going to give you a number. Algarve has 6 reservoirs. There is no dam that is over 50%. We have, in terms of the groundwater, we have 13 bodies of water in risk. What I think that it's really positive is this cooperation between the different stakeholders. And I'm really happy when you mentioned the reduction of the losses of urban water. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And giving us the honor of closing this event, I now invite the Minister of Environment and Energy, Maria da Graça Carvalho. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Algarve Intermunicipal Community and the Portuguese Environment Agency and the Council of Lagos and the Mayor Hugo Pereira. The water resilience of the Algarve is a major subject. And we all know that despite the rain that we had in the end of March, early April this year, this is a very complex situation. The water shortage of Algarve is not punctual, is cyclical and systematic. And we do have to face this reality and live with it. The government wants to assure that the water supply to this region is guaranteed, and assure that the ones that depend on water continue well. mostly agriculture and tourism. That was what we tried to ensure in the different meetings that we had, one in the end of April and the other one in May. And the Prime Minister and myself, we joined a meeting where many measures were announced. Restrictions in the water consumption, this decision was based on a scenery that was given by the Portuguese Environment Agency database. And well, with the decisions that we've made, we are sure that we will have water for at least 1 year if we don't count on any other adding rainfall or another water resource. We will repeat the analysis of this in about 2 months, and that will be in August. And if there are changes, then we will adapt our decisions to what is happening. And this is how Algarve is going to live from now on. We also are convinced that all the plans that are done to the Algarve are going to ensure that this water resilience in the Algarve will work. Many of the things that were already done, the money exists, the projects and plans seem to be the correct ones, and we are not wasting this opportunity. For all this, there's 237 million euros. $44 million are responsibility of the intermunicipal community. There's also 25 million euros for the losses in agriculture. And 23 million euros for the reuse of the residual water. All these projects that are going on well. We also have some more projects of bigger dimension that are of the responsibility of Águas do Algarve, waters from the Algarve. So bringing water from the Guadiana River to those dams that are part of the basin, and still the seawater desalination plant that is going to supply us on 24 hectometers of water every year. 24 hectometers a year. These projects that are on the going, and for all of them, the money is already available. Apart from this, there's also there's also a campaign for the tourists, Save the Water, that is done by the tourism board, so that tourists also pay attention to what they do here. And some of the municipalities have already confirmed that they spent less water in the last few months in comparison to last year. Now, some help also to reinforce the area that is situated near Silves, where there are many orange groves and some golf courses, which is part of the Carença Silves aquifer. They also get some financial help. Still studying the capacity of the ground water in the basins of the different small rivers that we have in the Algarve. Still something that I think it was mentioned before, the study of the evaluation and management of the groundwater we need to have the data of all this on the groundwater, not just the reservoirs, the dams and whatever. We also have to do the study of our capacity of the underground water. So we have all these short term, but we also have medium term plans. So that medium term that was not announced yet by the Prime Minister, but it goes on the same idea of what we have for the short term. And the statement, the water that unifies. So put together the needs of the different sectors. So we have to keep in good shape all the different sources in the interior part of Portugal and the coastal areas. So all this balance between the different sectors, the way people use the water in their common day lives, and the industry and everything. So there's the another initiative that goes up to 2035 that we are promoting in the whole country, not just here, that we are trying to make people conscious of this. a plan of storage of water that the Prime Minister named Rega. Rega is Portuguese word for watering. And that plan is called PNA 2035. And it will be something done between the Minister of Agriculture and other sectors like tourism and other investors. Industrial projects that will also need big amounts of water, and we also have to consider that. Very important, this initiative of the water that puts people together, unifies. This is going to be done through this year, and then we will have a calendar for extra investments that we also mentioned. And we will go through different programs of all the ministries that are involved in this, and in a way that we can bring new investments that are not they're not normally used in this, but maybe we can still use some European funds that can be directed into the water subject. This is a strategy that if we actually do it, that will be a step forward for medium and long term. So my message is save water, make and think of the future in a medium and long term. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words, which we bring this event to an end. On behalf of the Portuguese Environment Agency, the Algarve Intermunicipal Community, and the Council of Lagos, we would like to thank you all, and another special thank to the Vila Galé Lagos Hotel for hosting this event. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you very much.